Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Tell us what topics you would like to see explored on the Finding Gnosis show. Don't be a passive consuming creature, sitting on your sofa with your thumb lodged up your arse all your life. Sitting there like a bored yet furious gargoyle spewing out whatever is put in your head by others, whilst balancing precariously on the edge of your sad existence. An existence of watching the thoughts of others drift past your window, and then moaning about whatever the wind blew your way. Do something. Be involved in the creative process of creating the zeitgeist, of directing the conversation, rather than just passively consuming whatever occurs. Whether up to now you have been an interested party or some snide, snarky little sideline gnome muttering at the shape of things after they have already taken form in the garden where the thoughts of others grow. If it is not to your taste, that may well be your fault for refusing to help shape it when the clay was still wet. It is up to you whether you like what emerges or not. Perhaps you are content to sit there with your thumb lodged firmly in the exit of your mind's eye, your arsehole yelping at whatever rattles past your frame of reference. Maybe that is the full extent of your appetite. Fine. But for those of you who feel something in you recoil at the thought of such a limp and spectator-bound existence, get involved. Give your opinion on where we should go to find Gnosis. Throw something on the fire. Help steer the thing. Empower yourself and others by helping shape a collective movement towards something more worthwhile than passive reaction and stale, snide, and bitter commentary. Whether you like it or not, you are part of what will be. So speak. Throw us all some topics that you would like to be discussed as we collectively try to find Gnosis. Thank you. Much love. DNW.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
I will be right with you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. We have a few people here. Just let me get rid of a few things so that you guys can talk. Hello, welcome to another episode of the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well. Today, I'm asking the simple question, guys. What is ruining society that people refuse to admit? That's the topic of the show. We'll see where it goes. No fighting, please. No fighting. No threats to kill. No wishing death upon people. They're simple rules. Don't do that. You will be kicked off if you do that, please. Nefarious, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What do you have to say about the topic at hand? By the way, anybody else who wants to join, the link is below the video in the description. Go ahead, Nefarious.
I just saw the question, what is ruining society that people refuse to admit? And I wanted to answer drugs, but then people already admit to that causes problems. So that has been established. So I don't think I know about anything that ruins society that people don't admit. So I have to skip this one.
Fair enough. But stick around, Nefarious. You might be able to give us some of your insights based on what others are saying. Kenny, what would you say is ruining society that people refuse to admit?
A few different things, but I'd like to talk about a book that I just bought yesterday by Matt Goodwin, who's a member of Reform UK. His new book, Suicide of a Nation, Immigration, Islam and Identity. And more people are admitting this, hence why Reform UK is forecast to win over 1,000 seats at the council elections on the 7th of May, and why they're forecast to form the next government at the next general election as well. But there's still a sizable minority of people who refuse to admit this. And that is too much mass immigration from Islamic countries is ruining society. I feel, and many other people feel. And I'm currently at page 8 of the introduction of this book, so I've only just started it, you know. I've not really quite gotten to grips with the fundamentals of the book, but I can read out some of the introduction if that's all right, just to give you an idea as to what it's going to cover. Is that okay?
Yeah, hello Fatima,
right.
Do come on. Pristine, do come on. Dirty Lowlife, do come on. Alyssa, do come on. Carl, do come on. Robin, you're already here. You'll be next. Lindo, good to see you again. Do come on. Go ahead, Kenny, give it a read.
Okay, so page 2 in the introduction of this book where it says The Dispossessed. Across Britain, in cities, towns and villages and suburbs, many people are now experiencing the same private, unspoken sense of shock. You walk down a street you once knew and no longer recognize it. You visit the place where you were born, yet you now feel like a stranger. You hear languages that are not your own. You see customs and cultures you do not share. The country of your childhood, the country once described to you by your parents and your grandparents, no longer lies before you. It only seems to exist in old films, documentaries, fading books, and nostalgia reels on social media. Suddenly, the country you search for, the country you yearn for, the country you thought you would carry with you all along, is nowhere to be seen. It is as if, without warning, it vanished before your eyes. You have not left your country, and yet you cannot shake the feeling your country has left you. It is at root a feeling of dispossession, a deeply troubling feeling that something you love is being taken from you without consent. The English philosopher Sir Roger Scruton once said that a nation is more than just a set of documents or what you see on your passport. A nation is home, built by our ancestors, conserved for generations, and bound by a shared identity, history, culture, and way of life. It is not a cheap two-star hotel in which the person who is living next door is a stranger who speaks a different language, has a different culture, and does not know your history. It is a community that is filled with your relatives, ancestors, and neighbours who you know and trust, and whose graves, stories, and memories lay around you. It is a place that you instinctively recognise, even if you might struggle to put it into words. But today, when many people look around at the country, they no longer see the home they once knew. They see a country that is being replaced by something else entirely. Suicide of a Nation by Matt Goodwin.
Thank you for that, Kenny. Thank you very much for reading the book and letting us know that you are standing by it fully. What does that make you think, having read that?
Well, it's something I've been well aware of before this book came out. You know, it's I wasn't actually fully aware of it until I came to London. Actually, see, in Edinburgh, there's a lot of foreigners, but they assimilate to our culture. They're kind of like us. When countries in Eastern Europe joined the European Union, you had people from Romania, Poland, Bulgaria, Latvia coming over. And they were very like us, and they were not a threat to our way of life, you know?
Alyssa says, wow, can't wait not to read that bullshit. I think that might actually be Carl writing on his wife's account, but either way, it's someone from the Grazy Gang saying, wow, can't wait not to read that bullshit. So that they kind of think you're speaking crap, Kenny, in other words. There you go.
That's fine.
Would you like
but
to come on,
whether
Crazy,
she
and tell
likes
us
to
why?
admit it or not, Reform UK are now in front of Plaid Cymru in Wales in the polls. So that speaks volumes.
Apparently, it was Alyssa that said that. Someone else said, was Kenny in the specials? And someone else says, Kenny is a cool man.
Is living like a ghost town.
Hello, Fatty. Good to see you here. Guys, one thing that would be helpful at this juncture is to, share it, because we need some new voices here. It does help us.
Share the
Not becoming
stream
an
somewhere
echo
now
chamber,
to bring in new voices for our conversation. We do not want to become an echo chamber. Share the stream now. Bring in some new thoughts to compare and contrast our ideas with theirs. Because Gnosis is not found in isolation. Good places to share the stream include your social media platforms such as Facebook, X, Instagram, Telegram, WhatsApp, YouTube, community posts, Reddit, Discord. Share now. Bring new voices to help us all find Gnosis.
There you go. Robin, you're in the Finding Gnosis show. Before we open up the panel for a bit of a free-for-all, what do you think is ruining society that people refuse to admit?
I think two things. One thing is certainty, that too many people have certainty about their religious views and their ideals on other people groups. And I would say that resistance to change. The world changes. It always has. It probably always will. Stagnation leads to death. So I think that I agree with Alyssa. I cannot wait not to read that book. I do think that Islam is probably a troubling religion. I think Christianity is too. So I think I was hoping that maybe this far away from this far into the future, that we would be getting away from that nonsense and getting away from those divisions. And I think that we just need to remember that, like, all these lines that we draw, all these countries that we claim, they're all arbitrary lines that without people here, none of this stuff would exist. So it's just all way we've learned to divide ourselves, and there's really not that much difference between any of us, no matter where we draw lines on a map.
What do you think of that, Kenny? That perspective? There's not really much difference between any of us. What are you worried about?
Well, that's a very feminine perspective. Women historically, they didn't really have an in-group loyalty when it comes to nation states. Historically, when women have been known to court and marry the victors of an invading nation, women also, in terms of their majority characteristics, when it comes to election time, they mostly vote left wing more than what men do. So that's why on the left you've got either mostly women or also feminine men.
Okay, sure. Feminine man. Yeah, I would
So
say
it's
it.
just it's a feminine perspective, Robin, that doesn't take seriously the threat. Maybe it's hugging the enemy.
Well, I think
That's what
that,
Kenny's saying.
yeah, I think that the threat comes from the people who have been trying to, like, the men and I don't hate men, don't get me wrong, but patriarchy, yeah, it's bad. And like, that's the threat to me, the patriarchy. I mean, I see that as any idea of this, like, there's like, oh, we've ran the world for all these years, and yeah, and maybe y'all done somewhat of a shitty job. Like, if you think about it, like, I know y'all like to think that, like, and I'm saying you, not y'all, but I'm saying, like, patriarchal societies like to think that they're responsible for every good thing that came along, but we don't know where we would be if it hadn't been that way. Um, so yeah, I can't go. I can't go with that. I will always be against that patriarchal, and I will always be against dividing humans. I don't think that it will ever make society any better to divide us as much as possible. And I feel like that when you play into those, when you buy into that, like something like that book right there, and you buy into the ideals that are in it and the fear mongering, and then you're playing along with their game to divide us, because that's what they want. And I'm talking about there's like I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but there are, like, in the United States, we got billionaires who are using propaganda to divide us. People who want power and people who want money have always used propaganda of religion and racial discrimination and stuff like that to divide the people, to be able to get themselves in the positions they want to be.
So there you have it, Kenny. You're falling for it. You're basically a useful idiot as far as the elites are concerned. They are using you as a tool to keep humanity in a state in a state of division, so that they can do different things to us to control us in our smaller portions. It will make it easier for us to be controlled, but also perhaps it keeps our eye off what power is actually doing.
Well, if I don't know if Robin's ever been to the United Kingdom, but if she was to come to London and walk through Whitechapel or Hounslow or Wembley or even here in Acton, she would be in for a very nasty culture shock. I don't know what part of the United States that is that she lives, but the percentage of Islamic immigration into the USA is much smaller than what it is in the UK. And Tommy Robinson has just finished a tour in the United States, warning America. He's been doing speeches to high-ranking officials and members of Congress, warning them, this is what's coming for your country. This is what Islam is. This is how it behaves politically. And this is what's going to happen to your country if you don't watch out and you don't take steps to put a halt to it.
Kenny,
And thankfully,
Alyssa
America
says,
does have an administration and a government in power that does care about these issues.
Kenny, Alyssa says
So-
this is an illogical fallacy, Kenny. London is not UK, or rather, Whitechapel is not the UK.
Well,
And-
it's
and
not
she-
just
and she
London,
sa-
it's
and she
Birmingham,
says
it's
a
Leicester.
it's a low IQ argument. There are other places outside of London, for sure.
Can I
But they're getting
respond?
very angry.
Can I respond?
Alyssa has a personal gripe with me because I refused to fuck her and called her a whore. He's a whore wife, Gracie Guru's whore wife, live on air. That's why she's now picking at me.
Can I respond to end of
Well, she was cheering me on. She was my biggest cheerleader, but because I've rejected her live on this show, that's why she's determined.
Hello.
Yes, Robin, before you do, darling, I'm going to give you plenty of time to speak after this comment. Fatima says UK could use traditionalism like Sharia. It would do good for the UK to be under such a law. What do you say to that, Kenny? And then we'll go to Robin.
Well, if Fatima cares about LGBTQ plus rights, they're not going to fare very well under Sharia law. Let me tell you.
Robin, go ahead. The microphone is yours. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna tell Kenny. I live in Kentucky. It's not the most diverse area of the United States.
Big city or big city? Oh, I said big city there. Big city or small town? Can I ask?
It's a small town.
Okay.
I did drive a truck for years, and so I've been to a lot of big cities and stuff. And I think that all religions are destructive. Like I said, I think my country is being torn apart and destroyed by Christianity. So, like, do I think Islam is bad? Yes. I think it's kind of like Christianity with extra steps. And so, but I think they're both destructive. And so, like, I have, mine, but it's not because it's changing my culture. That's not what you mean. I think because it's trying to take away people's rights and it's trying to take away their humanity. It's trying to dehumanize other people who don't think like them. So it's not because I think that it's destructive just to the culture, or because I don't mind seeing dark skinned people around me. That's not my pick. And like, I'm just going to say that after what you just said to Alyssa, that I think a woman would have to hate her monkey to ever let you have any of it. Thank you.
Say again, sorry.
You didn't hear me?
No.
I said a woman would have to hate her thing to let you have any of it after what you said to Alyssa.
Okay, so you've got a personal gripe against me. Fair enough. I'm not a feminist. I'm a Donald Trump supporter. It doesn't really. It's water off a duck's back. Any insults you hurl at me, it's purely visceral and emotional. Fair enough. You're entitled to your bitterness and your hatred. It's not something I share. But one thing I can say right now is I've done a check on the Muslim population percentage in Kentucky, and it's less than 1% of the state's total population. That was in 2020. So,
Well, I'll say we do have a lot of Trump supporters, and I can't imagine that which is any worse. I mean, like, I would put them up there together. So
the Muslim population percentage in London is 15%. So I think I know a bit more about the effects of Islamic immigration than what you do.
Maybe I could step in at this point.
Sure.
Okay, maybe I could just be a bridge between you guys a little bit. I honestly don't have a gripe with either of you, and maybe I'm in the middle a little, or maybe off to the side a little bit. But as for what the real problem here is, I have like a bigger picture, bigger scope answer, and I would say that it's a personality disorder called narcissism, and I kind of have a saying. I don't know, maybe I stole it from someone at some point, but if you're upset with any group of people, ask yourself if it's actually the narcissist you're upset with, or if it's actually the whole group of people. Because almost every time I've asked myself that question, I've realized that the people I was mad at in that group were a certain type of individual that always fit into a certain mold. You know who they are. They create a bad image for everybody else. They stand out. They are the ones that are the problem. And it just so happens that our whole society is created to reward that type of person. That's why these weird anomalies seem to keep popping up. So maybe that's some sort of bridge there. I would go into it further if you guys would like. But
sure. Could you
I think
tell
it's a
me
very
what,
good point. Go ahead.
Well, Windowlicker, could you tell me where it is that you live, and how has your neighbourhood been affected by mass immigration, particularly Islamic immigration?
so I live in the Northeast, and in my particular neck of the woods, senators from the south of our country send immigrants up here because they claim that our senators are the reason for all of this. So what I see is buses full of immigrants being set up here from the south as basically used as a political pawn. That's what I've seen firsthand, essentially.
Do you think that's a problem?
I think narcissism is the reason for all of that, and narcissism is the problem.
Do you think those immigrants being bussed up, are they causing any problems? What kind of immigrants are they? I know there's a problem with Somalians, and like, for example,
No, there's not.
Minnesota.
There's not a problem with. I don't think there's a problem with Somalians. I think here in Kentucky,
there was a big fraud, fraud
had-
scandal in the state of Minnesota regarding Somalian immigrants. That's no problem for you, no?
It was a made up, like a big. There was some fraud, and Minnesota had already dealt with that fraud and had already prosecuted people, and the Republicans didn't come in and make this act like that they've discovered it. They were not the people that found it. They were not the people that prosecuted anybody. And it's just some shit for them to make a big deal out of, like they always do. Even though, like, they're not even worried about all the crimes and fraud that their own party people are committing in our government right now. Our administration is just destroying all of our money. We're going to be broke, and just everybody in the world's going to hate us by the time Trump gets out of office. So, but Kentucky, we have we're run by straight Republicans. We have the lowest education, some of the lowest education rates. We have some of the highest teenage pregnancy rates. We have.
Okay, sorry, can I cut in? You're digressing off the subject a little bit. I was addressing directly the Somalian crime rate in Minnesota, and you've directed off that.
Kenny, you're.
Is there a big problem with Somalian immigration,
you don't know what you're talking
fraud,
about,
and crime rates in Minnesota? Yes or no?
I told you it was already taken care of. It was already something, and it was not the Somalians' fault. It was. So I don't know what.
Well, it's not their fault, no.
Okay, well,
yeah, big scammers and fraudsters and disproportionately overrepresented in crime stats. Well, it's not their fault.
Our president,
this is part of the problem with society. These moral relativists and nihilists. If they were in any position of power, they would do nothing. They would do
One
nothing.
second, Robin. One second, Robin. Let Robin speak
now, That's why Donald Trump got elected in the first place.
He doesn't know how, because he's
Go ahead now.
That's why Trump got elected in the first place. And it's why
Thank you,
Nigel
Kenny.
Farage is going to get elected.
I'm muting you now, Kenny. Kenny, just muting you for a second. Let Robin speak. Robin, did you hear that? He called you a moral relativist. He thinks you're the problem, and that's why
A moral
the world
relativist.
is the way it is.
I mean, I think morality is like our opinion on stuff. Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't know why you think it isn't. You think your Bible is a moral book? Is he a Christian? Isn't he a Christian?
Not as far as I'm aware.
I'm an agnostic, and I'm now going into listening
Where
mode.
do you think you get your morality in from? If you think, oh, did he leave?
He said he's going into listening mode. He's going to listen to what you say. He might come back. So you have, you have the mic. You can say whatever you want in reply to him. Go ahead.
No, I just he's just like every other MAGA person that I know, that they don't listen to nothing. They just blow on about all this fraud. I'm like, yeah, people commit fraud. Like, and I was a Republican most of my life until they turned traitor to our country. So, like, it's not because I was necessarily a Democrat. But, when one of them gave up on the idea of what America's supposed to stand upon and equality, and they decided that women they're trying to take our voting rights away. They took away my bodily autonomy. I have daughters. I mean, and so this is what is destroying society. It's people who have certainty about the way their views are, and they want to divide people, and they want to provide for this lifestyle that has always been this way. That's why they act like that. None of these divisions are natural, and it just makes no sense for us to continue to try to live like this. Humans will not survive if we continue to live like this.
Thank you, Robin. Do stick around, Robin. It's always great to have you here. And Robin, I'm glad you liked that little song. It cheered you up. It will be out next week, so stay tuned. Vegan Equilibrium, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Would you like to talk about what has been just said by the others, or would you like to answer the question, what is ruining society that people refuse to admit?
Well, one, I'm wondering if how you feel about Fatima's thumbnail.
I can't actually see Fatima's thumbnail. It's not. They're not on the show, are they? What does it look like?
It's a SS officer hat with the Imperial Eagle and swastika thing.
That's a bit weird. Fatima, why the hell would you have that? I mean, why would anybody want to wear? I see it now. Yeah. Why would anybody want to? Because that is a picture of. Who's that a picture of? Is that them? Who's wearing the hat? Is it Fatima?
It's got a Totenkopf and a swastika, and we know how Fatima feels about. Well, I think it's Fatima wearing it, but we know how they feel about Jews and stuff, and I just think at this point, when we have blatant, very strange Nazis on the show, I never heard of a trans Nazi,
singer. But apparently it's a K-pop singer, and apparently it's a Zuma meme. Is this actually a Zuma meme? Can you tell us, Fatima? Come on and tell us the context of it. Apparently it's a Zuma meme. Apparently it means something now, and this is a huge problem as we move through time. The meaning of things can sometimes get lost, and sometimes it's just a convenient excuse to spew hatred and bile. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Vegan Equilibrium. It's all too easy to say, "Oh, it's a meme." It doesn't mean what it used to mean.
Right. There's a reason there's a deeper reason why they would feel comfortable making that their thumbnail, and they've already expressed how they feel about Jews several times on the show.
They haven't said it for a long time, thankfully. They haven't spoken like that. They're being rehabilitated.
Yeah.
By the way, did you hear what happened in North London recently?
No.
Oh, it was in the news during the week. I think it was maybe early in the week. There was three men stabbed, 2 Jews and a Muslim by some random
I think I did
Somalian
hear about that.
Escaped from a mental institution. He didn't escape from a mental institution. He was actually released by them, but He went ahead to stab 3 people.
I think I did hear about that. There's a lot of anti-Semitic attacks happening all over the place. I kind of agree with, what Robin and the other person were saying about like I wouldn't care if tons of Muslims are coming into the country if they were reformed. Like that wouldn't really bother me that much. It's the fact that I don't even care if they, if people start wanting to wear those clothes or they bring the food with them. I like the food. The women are beautiful, right? It's all that's good. The part I don't like is the oppressive nature of the religion that they're bringing with them, and the fact that it's, it's a young religion, so it's not yet reformed. There's a lot of extremism still. That's the part that bothers me. It's the hatred of gays. It's the hatred of women. That's the part that bothers me. I don't care if I'm surrounded by people of other races who dress different, who eat differently. It does bother me that they eat animals. That should change. But the other stuff is not the issue. It's the oppressive nature of it. And that would go not just for Islam, but just for any religion, any ideology or way of life that seeks to take away people's rights. And it really bothers me that so many people want to uphold such that people who are supposed to be really progressive want to uphold such oppressive ideologies just for the sake of being seeming egalitarian or DEI or inclusive or something. It's a very, very weird, strange phenomenon. Anyway, I'm going to take the rest of this off the air because my phone's going to overheat and I need to use the directions. So thanks.
Okay, buddy. Thank you very much for joining in. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Lindo, I think you've made good points so far. It's something I've spoken about before as well. It's actually not the cultures, it's not the countries, it's not the races. It's some of the individuals in each and every one of them that are causing all the problems. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, I would certainly say that. Oh, sorry, DNW. Can I ask you what DNW means? I feel like a dunce for not even asking.
That's fine. It means do not watch. It's kind of based on my previous work on the channel where I used to post real kind of depressive realism and pessimism and kind of depressing material that, I felt a little bit worried about putting out there, but for some reason it felt like it was good to put out there because it resonated with people, and I was trying to work out. It was my path to trying to find Gnosis,
Okay, yeah, I hear you.
I was putting stuff out there, knowing that it was important, but at the same time worried how it would be received. Like talking about really dark shit. You know what I mean?
I hear you, man. I have that same fear. That's kind of why I don't have a lot out there, as of right now. So I could actually learn from you in that aspect. So I'm really interested to hear more about that, to be honest. I'm gonna go.
Well, I came up with this thing I called the Grim Covenant. That was a personal salve for my depressive realism. It's basically, I realized actually you are talking about grim things, but it's good to talk about them because they exist, and in actual fact it may be a necessity, morally speaking, to rub it in the faces of people who are smiling too much and not thinking about the grim realities of this existence, because until everyone is smiling and has a good life, then there's work to do.
I hear you, man. I don't want to get too out in the weeds here, referencing stuff, but I kind of, maybe Diogenes type figure, like putting yourself out there as like a pariah or something to show people, I don't know, something like that. But
yeah,
I hear you. So I like that. I resonate with that personally. I feel like it's kind of like the antithesis of narcissism. It's like giving the story as it is, whether, I don't know, it's more honest, I feel like. So branching off of that, I was just asked to kind of explain what I meant by narcissism earlier. So I'll just give some more detail.
Hello to Objective Ethics. He says, D&W, Lyndon, Nefarious, and Robin, great panel listening while he gets a cup of coffee. Enjoy your coffee, buddy. I hope you're all well. Thank you for being here, as always. Go ahead, Lindo. Go ahead.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I remember that guy from yesterday. Good to see him. So quickly, I'll just give. So narcissism comes in with 9 traits, essentially, if we're just going to quickly describe it, just to get a feeling of where we're at and a basis. So it would be exaggerated self-importance would be 1. Fantasies of power and success would be 2. Constant need for admiration would be 3. 4 would be sense of entitlement. Sorry, I'm switching it up. 5 would be lack of empathy. 6 would be manipulative behavior. 7 would be envy of others. 8 would be arrogance and haughtiness. And 9 would be fragile self-esteem. There's other ones out there. They all usually have 9 traits worded somewhat differently. You can Google it yourself, but that's the general idea. And that'll give you a framework of kind of figuring out if any interaction you're engaging with might land somewhere on that chart as to where, as to whether it's a narcissistic interaction. Oh, certainly. People.
I mean, I know a few in real life, from different places I socialize, and the fact that they're like, no matter what you say, they're so insecure, or they're misconstruing it, or they think it's all about them all the time,
Yeah, that's correct.
So
there's
they either
also
think
many
it's all
forms.
about them, or that there's that side to it. They think it's all about them, and the other side to it is they have this kind of heightened need to be the center of attention. So if you're talking, they're like being sadistic in nature and trying to put you down so that they can remain the kind of voice, as it were. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's called nagging.
And it's that toxic combination. It's very problematic because, first of all, they misconstrue things you say as about them, yeah? And secondly, even if you do make a point, they don't like you making points because they want to be the ones making the points.
Yeah, correct.
And it's impossible to deal with, in actual fact, It's really sad. I mean, the only thing I've realized is this all goes back to childhood. We do have to look after children. But I'm not of the belief that they're incurable. I think, it may be difficult, but, it may be extremely difficult, but I believe that people can they can know about the error of their ways, and maybe be rehabilitated somewhat. Just because they have dark traits doesn't. I'm starting to become of the belief that just because someone has these dark psychological traits doesn't mean that with a lot of work and a lot of guidance and probably a lot of shunning, if I'm honest, a lot of making them feel the effects of like negative consequences, that they can be shown that it's better to act in a certain way. It's better, like they can be shown the error of their ways. That might be. I think it's extremely difficult, but I mean, do you think they're a lost cause, Linda? That's basically what I'm saying.
I would like to go into this in great detail and, even share a lot of resources. I'll just try to sum it up the best way I can really quickly. One thing, can I just say something? I put a link in back chat. You don't have to share it, but if you could watch on your own time and let me know, maybe you can bring it up again another time. I think it's a great resource.
Someone like that? What is it? Sorry.
It's Dr. Romani. She's a leading expert on this personality disorder and its effects on society. She's pretty big on YouTube. She's based in the US.
Sam Vaknin is as well, and so Nibble says Sam Vaknin says it's incurable. That is narcissistic personality disorder. I don't think he has said that. I think he used to say that, but now he thinks they can be, with a lot of effort, they can be turned into borderlines. Now, being a borderline isn't exactly great either, but at least being a borderline, they will have some kind of empathy, I suppose.
Can I just touch on that just because I got off track a little?
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Sorry,
okay, so,
buddy, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I just want to be clear that I was bringing up the 9 traits because it's not necessarily full-blown narcissistic personality disorder that's the problem. You can have 4 of the 9 traits and not be registered as a problem. You can have 5 of them, and if it doesn't technically affect your life, then nobody is going to try to treat you. Correct.
Even just a really overloaded, one of them would be problematic,
Correct. So let's say you have 3 of them. I would say anybody, if they're being honest, can go on that list and find some of those traits that they have, especially at their worst times. Okay?
Read them out again.
I don't want to read them because it just becomes gibberish.
Okay,
if you guys just want to go Google it, or I can pull it up maybe next time if we get in more detail.
Okay, no worries.
I can also share an image in the back. But I just want to get this
Go ahead,
out there.
Linda.
We need to distinguish between the traits and a full-blown personality disorder, okay? Because both of them are rewarded in this system in different ways. We have to picture our system as created for and by these people, whether we like it or not. Now, in that system, there is a pyramid. It becomes a pyramid shape where just having a few of the traits builds the pyramid. If all of the people at the bottom just have a few of these traits, then they build the pyramid for the rest at the top who have the full-blown disorder to make it okay for them to stay at the top, essentially. That's just what I wanted to get out there.
Yes, no, it resonates with me deeply, Linda. I mean, I just realized I was working on an essay I spoke about before. About society being like a psychoarchy. You know, they call it a patriarchy. I was obsessed for a long time with the fact that it's actually maybe a psychoarchy, and you could put narcissistic psychopaths in there as well at the top, and that's the brutal reality we're in. And as you say, society serves them, and because they're at the top, it's shaped by them and for them. And it's a brutal situation. It's a very brutal situation. But I think we are becoming increasingly aware of it as human beings. Whether we can do anything about it is another matter. But at least we're starting to be aware. Now that we're aware, there is hope that perhaps we can do something about it. Whilst also remembering, they are only human. I mean, that's the kind of grown-up. It's not their fault that they are what they are.
Exactly. Hey, Dan, I'm gonna go. I just want to say thanks for letting me come on. I've got some stuff I got to get done. So, I think dogma and certainty are the 2 most dangerous things on the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin, for being here. And see you next time, Lindo. Sorry, go ahead, mate.
Oh, you're good, man. You just asked whether they can be cured or not. I just wanted to go into that because I feel like I just wanted to get my other part clear because I feel like that is way more important. How we build the pyramid for these people every day by signing on to these systems continually. It's not so much about curing the people at the top. It's more about, you get it now, what I'm trying to say, more about curing the little guy at the bottom. And then we can really see the big picture as to what's going on at the top. But if you were to cure the people at the top, like let's say, you're asking me if there's some process that we have gleaned at this point about how we can rehabilitate them. As last I knew, the answer was no. But in theory, you would think maybe some kind of shock therapy or you don't like in Norway.
It is that, and it's ethically complicated because I think the actual therapy to de-narcissist someone, stop them, to heal them from being a toxic narcissist, involves traumatizing them, which is kind of horrific in a way. But
yeah, what I want to say is
they are narcissists because of trauma, and part of this is the view being put out there at the moment by the likes of Sam Vaknin. The healing process begins when you re-traumatize them, and then you build them from there. But they don't become like a functional human being straight away. They move from narcissistic personality disorder into borderline personality disorder. So that means they're emotionally dysregulated, and that in itself can be a huge problem for themselves and others. So it's not an easy road, and it's a long road. But Lindo, it's definitely something we should look up more.
I just want to sum it up by saying that these people are the last people to seek help. You would literally have to drag them out of their homes and force them to seek help. Everything is supporting them. So the whole bottom of the pyramid would have to shift to force these people to seek help, which will, if we're being honest, it's never going to happen.
You are right, Lindo.
The system has to collapse on its own, and they are going to eat it itself. And we need to be aware enough to watch it happen and not perpetuate it once it's done eating itself, essentially.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know about the ethics of re-traumatizing someone, but I suppose if it was going to happen, it would be in a clinical setting, even in prison, perhaps. But as for the ones out in the wild, you're right. A lot of them escape any culpability for crimes that they don't get caught. In fact, a lot of them don't even do. They're clever, so they don't actually do illegal things. They skirt around.
The
Doing
laws
things that
are made to
lawful,
reward them.
but yet
Going to
immoral.
prison is just a punishment for not being a good enough narcissist. It's just a school to teach you how to be better next time.
DNW, you are actually. I completely disagree that cluster B personality disorders stem purely from trauma, and in fact,
there's a genetic portion, obviously, for it. But look, I'm not saying I know for sure, but look up Sam Vaknin. He's apparently one of the leading experts on it. He talks about it a lot. This is what he said.
supposedly, when you look at studies about people with any kind of one of these cluster B things like BPD or narcissism or whatever, you would have to see a higher prevalence in people with trauma or whatever, or that everyone with trauma. The thing is, there are plenty of people without trauma who have this.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, I mean,
so we cannot say
sure.
we can't say that it's caused by trauma. We can't.
Is that what the studies are showing as well? Vegan equilibrium, yeah.
I mean,
I'm
not an expert.
I would agree with
I'm
you.
not an expert, but I don't think we can say that it's caused by trauma.
Well, some experts say one thing, some say another. That's why we're here. We're trying to wade through all the muck and try and make sense of it. But it's definitely a topic worth exploring. Kenny's come back on. Have you come back on to talk about this in particular, Kenny? Go ahead.
Yeah, so talking about the narcissism, I'd done an interview on this show and I uploaded it to my YouTube channel about a month ago, talking about why narcissistic compassion is such a big problem. And I feel that's what's happening here. You know, when I'm talking about that book, you have the narcissistic compassionate types attacking me for it. And I'd like to play that video if it's all right, because the points I touch on in that video are very striking. It's like a prophecy of the show now. Do you mind if I do that?
Go ahead.
You're not going to get a copyright strike because it's my YouTube channel and it's from your show.
Go ahead.
Excellent. Let me know when it's on the screen and I'll press play.
Yep.
Ultimately, yes.
And it is a problem. Okay. Thank you, Kenny. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. Some of the greatest problems facing humanity, ignorance and apathy. Do you think this is a fair statement?
Yeah, that's part of the problem, but I think there's other problems as well. By the way, can you hear my voice all right? Because I just got a microphone, a proper one.
Oh, good man. Yeah, you're coming through.
If you want to test the pickup, is it much better than the other days?
I think it sounds good, guys. What do you think, everybody?
Yeah, it sounds fine.
That's good.
Yeah, much better. Okay, that's good. Yeah, one problem I have with the modern world is something which Jordan Peterson, I'll reference him again. Oh no, I think very highly of the man. When he talks about narcissistic compassion, and he says narcissistic compassionate people are a much bigger problem than the straightforward fascist bullies, because the fascist bullies are very direct. They'll say, if you don't believe this, we will beat you up and imprison you or whatever. They're more overt. But the narcissistic compassionate types, they disguise their fascism as compassion. And we're just trying to save the planet. And we're just trying to be compassionate to people who need our compassion because they've had a hard time because of their identity.
So you're basically saying there's there's people using virtue signaling as a kind of in a kind of power dynamics way to try and
to browbeat people who don't agree with them. And the classic example of that is like if you look at J.K. Rowling, the treatment she gets for the trans activists and the radical feminists, the non-TERF radical feminists, and people like myself who support Donald Trump. Look what happened to Charlie Kirk at University 6 months ago.
Where does that relate to
the people who are members of Reform UK? They're regarded as far right, fascist, racist, not deserving of any respect, not deserving of any compassion. You see? So narcissistic compassion is very selective.
I think narcissistic virtue signaling is a problem. Disingenuous, like signage in relation to compassion when one doesn't really care.
Men take part in women's
on all sides. On all sides, I think it's a problem.
Primarily, DNW, primarily the left, big time.
Kenny, in relation to the topic of the show, ignorance and apathy as problems in society, is it fair to say that these narcissistic empaths, as you call them, I don't know, what was the terminology you used?
Narcissistic compassion. Yeah.
Narcissistic, compassionate people. Is it fair to say they're not actually ignorant? They have knowledge and they're using it in a malevolent way. So you couldn't call them ignorant.
Yeah, because they're ideologues. If you look at Greta Thunberg, she's a big Hamas supporter. She doesn't care about Israelis. You know, the first thing that she done once saw the environmentalist stuff quieting down was she went on the flotilla tried to get on the flotilla to Gaza, and then lied about being tortured and kidnapped by the IDF. An IDF released photos of them giving her sandwiches, and she was all comfortable and then put on the plane back home. So, you know,
in your view, then these people who have narcissistic compassion, they're not ignorant. They have knowledge. They're just using it in a malevolent way. But are they apathetic?
Correct.
Is it the case they don't care? Even though they say they care, you're saying they don't care. They don't actually care about society.
Their compassion is very selective towards only a specific type of group. They certainly don't care about Israelis or Jews or straight white men.
You've been accused.
Or people who support and vote for Donald Trump.
Skyworks is asking, "Are you unhappy?" I don't know why they're asking that, why it matters, but they feel it does.
Yes, it's a question out of context.
So and Jay says, "Of course,
I'm not going to dignify that question."
Of course, a Trumpy thinks overt fascism is okay," says J.E.
Oh, I love you, Jerry.
No, I never said this. That's not what I said. I never said it's okay. I said it's less dangerous because it's easier to detect. So it's easily dealt with.
Yeah. In fairness, he is a Trump supporter.
Covert fascism that disguises itself as compassion is so pervasive in this culture. It's made its way into every single institution and the media. That's why it's much more dangerous. It can slide under the radar more, because who doesn't want to be compassionate and try and save the world and save minorities and, you know,
do you think people do
transition and biological men playing women's sport?
Do you think people do want to save the world, Kenny, or do you think everybody just wants to save their own kind or their own ideology?
There'll no doubt be people whose hearts are in the right place who are like just misled. You know, like as I was saying, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. Yeah.
Miss Know-It-All says, "Get him off. She's not happy about you being here." Well, Miss Know-It-All, you're entitled to come on here too.
That's the problem. They don't believe in people's right to speak. Yeah, they don't really believe in free speech.
Miss Know-It-All, you're welcome to come on here.
Can I talk about something very quickly? Then I'm going to go. There's something called the horseshoe theory. It's where the very far left and the far right go so far to the extremes, they go around in a full loop and meet. And the three places where they meet is anti-Semitism, censorship, and support of genocide. The horseshoe theory, it's called. Horseshoe political theory.
There you go. So it has.
So I'm going to shift, but I'll still listen. But I've got other things to do. I might come back later.
Okay, Kenny, go ahead. Explain. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Kenny, you played that. I mean, you made some good points in some ways. What do you think? Can we get past this? I mean, just because someone's a narcissist, just because they're virtue signaling, doesn't mean there's not virtue in what they're signaling. Sorry.
Yeah, but the point I was making there is that it's problematic because it's allowing things like this to happen. Because if you don't agree with this, then you're a racist and a fascist and you're far right. Well, the majority of people have had enough. You watch the council election results on May the 7th. Reform UK are forecast to win over 1,000 council seats. And that's the pushback from people being called racist, fascist, far right. That's what's happening, whether they like it or no. This is what you've got now. Lefties, enjoy it.
There you go. How are the Green Party doing? Do you know?
We've not really looked at like how much they're meant to win. I mean, I'll just quickly do a Google search. Yeah, how many council seats are the Green Party forecast to win, and see what it says.
Okay, and whilst he's doing that, anybody else want to come on? Link is in the description under the video.
Okay.
I can talk if you need someone to talk.
It's just come up literally right now. So the Green Party are expected to make significant gains, with expert projections generally predicting a net increase of around 450 to 555 seats. Yeah. The Greens are considered a wild card in this election, polling between 12 and 14% nationally and targeting traditional Labour strongholds and middle-class graduate areas. High-priority targets where they could win outright or cause a no overall control outcome include Lambeth in London, Islington, Suffolk and Hackney. Regional targets, major cities like Sheffield, Norwich and Manchester are key battlegrounds along with student-heavy areas in Leeds, Oxford and Cambridge and Reading. There we are.
Okay, thank you for that.
No worries. Back into listening mode for me.
Thank you, Kenny. Lindo, what do you have to say at this moment in the show? You made a good point there in the chat that it may be that the problems are not simply narcissistic personality disorder or these problematic traits of narcissism. The problem is their comorbidity with other conditions.
Yeah, I was being asked a specific question. I can't really answer that question because it's not really my field of interest. I would say that the actual formative years, early formative years, isn't so much my field of interest. If to be honest, I'm more interested in maybe being a community college professor type of guy. I'm not really worried in helping the actual little babies and stuff like that be better. I'm not sure as far as all of how the abuse affects the neural pathways and whatnot isn't so much my field of study. I'm more general armchair philosopher type guy, so I couldn't go too detailed into that, but I can go somewhat detailed into other things I've thought about. And I wanted to go off of, I didn't want to just push that aside, but going off of what Kenny was saying about the more covert type of narcissist, I wouldn't even call that covert. Actually, what he was describing was what's called communal narcissism. And that's somebody who, oh, sorry, I'll go back into what you asked me to. I just want to get this out. But there's like 5+ types of narcissism if you're trying to like describe a type of personality that these people tend to manifest. I'm not going to list them all here, but his video seemed to be talking about communal narcissism. If anybody wants to look it up, it's somebody who like always puts themselves in the middle of like donating or helping the needy, or but they're super grandiose about it. That's a quick summary. I'll go into the others in a minute. I'm a little disjointed here, but D&W asked me about comorbidity, because I also mentioned that in chat, and what I was describing there goes back to what I was saying about the pyramid. And if we all kind of have, maybe 3 to 4 of these traits, and it flies under the radar, and we like create this pyramid of narcissism, right, that I was kind of describing earlier, within that, you're just going to have other comorbidities that just crop up, essentially. And then you got to, sorry, I'm going to use this word that sounds pretentious, but milieu. You're going to have a milieu of abuse, essentially, that's just bubbling underneath the surface, that's going to cause other comorbid things to crop up. And this is the real insidious nature of this disorder, and our society being built around it is a narcissistic abuse essentially disseminating from all angles. So it's not just you get it from your teacher, or you get it from the policeman, or you get it from this guy or that guy. It's all angles, essentially, and they overlap, which is going to go into causing other disorders and just feeding into other destabilization, which wouldn't normally exist, essentially. So you can, I wouldn't be surprised if you got rid of narcissism and you found that the person was also bipolar, because they could have been masking in some way. They could have been, who knows? I mean, a narcissist flips over backwards to make themselves present as if they aren't a problem, as if everyone else is the problem. So, hopefully that answers something.
Interesting indeed. Now, Lindo, something I wrote about before on my Medium and I thought about before when I was new Do Not Watch, was the fact that human nature itself is pretty goddamn dark. And it may be that we're just picking on these overtly obvious forms of human darkness, when in actual fact, if you scrape away the superficial surface of our personalities, of our thinking as human beings collectively throughout the species, we may be pretty damn dark inside. What do you think of that?
Okay, so let me take a little sip of water real quick. I'm going to have to be lubed up for this one. All right, here we go. I'm going to go back into sort of my like loose theory here, just to kind of explain like how we got here. And I'm going to not do a good job, so please give me some leeway here. I'm just an armchair, Lindo Wicker. And I see the way we got here as in the way we got into a narcissistic society that has this narcissistic pyramid supporting it. It evolved out of essentially a need for these type of people. We had a great need for these type of people when we were cavemen. These type of people made it so we survived. They were the ones that literally said, I'm going to go out and kill a tiger, whether all of you say I'm crazy or not. I'm going to go out and become a god, essentially. That's absolutely what we needed to help protect us. I'm kind of sorry, maybe I'm being a little hyperbolic, but in this philosophical argument, let's say that's absolutely what we needed to get through that era of our evolution, right? Now, once all that changed, once we turned into hunter-gatherers, that role of that need, that great need that we had for that personality trait, all of a sudden changed. It all of a sudden became sedentary. It didn't have its job anymore. It didn't know what to do anymore. The only job it could find was to conquer within its own confines, to conquer the things around it.
I'm going to kick back a little bit.
Okay.
I think, with respect, I like what you're saying. You've clearly thought about this a hell of a lot. But I'm going to kick back and say our animal nature is still serving us. And, they're still there for the same reasons, those dark traits, those dark feelings and dark thoughts that are driving us, because we are still in competition with each other for, sexual selection, for resources, and just to survive and thrive, whether we like it or not. We are still animals trying to survive and thrive, coded by DNA to replicate. Therefore, whether we like it or not, those things are driving us. And you could say, in some, like, if you were very right wing, for example, you might say it's good that we just allow nature to play its course and we compete with each other. That's the way. That's the only way. Maybe the left would say we should be more collaborative and take into consideration people's frailties and not be so hard on them and not expect them to do things they can't. But Linda, you get where I'm coming from. That you're saying these things aren't necessary anymore. I'm saying they are still fundamentally part of being human.
Sorry, I was making a hyperbolic example. I might have went a little too far. I didn't mean to say they're not necessary anymore in any way. Sometimes I do that just to give an extreme example, so you can kind of see what it would be like if we went to the extreme. But
I get you.
What I'm trying to say more is about a balance. I'm not saying kill these people. I literally said earlier, force them into therapy to make them better. What the idea is to not have a system built on disorder. This disorder has gone unchecked and completely rewarded. So it's just, I'm not saying kill them all. I'm saying we need to return back to some balance. You can imagine, as many philosophers do, flip the script on it and imagine instead of a narcissistic society, we had an empathetic disorder. There are actually empathetic disorders. You can be too empathetic. You can picture a reversal of our society that is, instead of empathetic people leading, it was the hunters and gatherers, where we became too empathetic. Or I don't know exactly what that would look like, but you can conceptualize a philosophical argument. It would still be a disorder if it was by definition based on a disorder and became a network of disorder and disorderly conduct, essentially. So it's not so much that narcissism is objectively the problem, it's subjectively the problem we have to deal with right now, because they put themselves into that position due to the fact that their disorder is one that seeks power. Other disorders don't seem to seek power in the same ways, and while being propped up at the same time. So it's a kind of eye of a storm.
No, it's shouldn't we be wary of all people who seek power, whether they're narcissists or not? I mean, isn't it the case that an ideologically well-meaning individual could cause more harm than, say, a narcissist?
So you said, should we be weary of them? I would say yes, you should be weary. Not that they can't have the position of power, but if you're going to look for narcissists, where do you go to find them? You go to find them where narcissists go to gather. Picture birds at a watering hole. Where would narcissists go? They're going to go to positions of power. They seek out positions of power. This is one of the ways that our system rewards this personality disorder, because we create systems of power and then we leave the leadership of this system unchecked for them to come in and co-opt and take it over. And these people are masters at taking over power systems. So any power system you create, if you do not build an inoculation to this, will be taken over by one of these type of people. So I say, yeah, you should watch out for them. I mean, not that they can't do it, just know that that's the type of person who might show up for that job.
Yeah, but you may not know it until it's too late. Because that's another thing. They're very good at wearing a mask, aren't they? A lot of them, the highly intellectual ones, anyway.
Certainly, yeah. Not so much. I mean, you could say neurodivergent people mask as well, but they mask as a response to abuse by these people. So a neurodivergent person would mask to try to fit in with the narcissist, but the narcissist would mask to just try to not appear as a problem, essentially.
Well, I mean, a narcissist could be considered a neurodivergent person, like literally, couldn't they?
Sorry, I meant like ADHD or,
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I'm just putting it out there, and it is an interesting. It's very hard though. It's very hard to do this, And some people say, why should I care? You know, they don't deserve empathy. And it's been one of those things I've struggled with. But someone said it to me many years ago. They're human too. They didn't choose to be who they are. And unfortunately, whether we like it or not, it's true. And the other side of this, I don't know if they're actually happy. I don't think narcissists are actually happy people, you know. I think generally they are traumatized and suffering, and that's why they act the way they do. What's driving them? Although you don't agree with that, you think that's not always true.
I would say that a narcissist has their own narrative in their head, and they all have their own narrative. How they got that narrative is always something different, but it's all about their narrative. Their narrative can be built through a lifetime of maybe trauma, maybe it wasn't, but something supported them building that narrative in their head and gave them a pedestal. Sometimes it's, you know, there's a form of narcissistic abuse which is just neglect. Maybe their parents didn't care for them, or society didn't care. Maybe it wasn't an abuse that was done to them, but a lack of care. So this also goes into, in a narcissistic society, you always remove community and structures of care. You go towards like a Spartan nature of not having those old structures of care we used to have, where it used to take a village to raise a child. That goes away slowly and slowly, more and more over time, because it's the idea of being like almost a god, like, oh, I don't need anything to care for me, I'm perfect. It's a grandiosity, really, at the end of the day. I'm kind of going off here, but
No, it's powerful stuff, Lindo. Hello to this person. I have no idea what that says. Would you like to attempt it? Their name? They say hello though. Lindo, can you read that script?
yes, I can read it. Oh, the name? No, I can't.
Yeah.
No, I can't. I barely read English, but yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, sir or madam.
Okay. Jesus Pantheon says, Lindo Wicker, do you believe the greatest control mechanisms of control for an empath or a narcissist are forgiveness and revenge? I mean, I don't even know what that question means, but could you decode it?
Yeah, I caught a little bit about that. So, a narcissist will always abuse you. It's just what they do. It's their bread and butter. Some people call this being a energy vampire. There's many names. The names are actually excuses we make for these people, because you just sit there making names all day and you don't actually fix the problem. That's just another layer that they have of obfuscation. But they have cycles of continually abusing their victims and then asking for forgiveness. And it just so happens that an empathetic person is conditioned to be the one to give that forgiveness. So there's another side of this disorder, which is the super empathetic people, which basically, sadly, prop up the narcissist. Narcissists seek out this type of person. They seek them out like a wolf seeks out sheep, essentially. And they use empathetic people directly as tools, essentially, of their devices in many ways. And they seek them out as a counterpart to their machinations, essentially.
Okay, thank you for that, Lindo. So, Lindo, what do you propose then?
I think the biggest thing, like
forward, knowing what you know, because this is related to something I was working on a long time ago. As I said, I was talking about the psychoarchy, and it was a great obsession with mine, like how to create a society that focuses on win-win solutions rather than, a society that, favors enriching and enabling dark psychologies to run riot over everybody. It was an obsession of mine for a long time. I must work on that still. Maybe I'll invite you to help me, Lindo, seeing as you're
man, that sounds cool.
very much on board with a lot of my thoughts and vice versa. Lindo, what would you suggest going forward is a good way to try and work on this problem then?
I would say number one,
sorry.
The first step is acknowledging it, but the second step is then talking about it. once you acknowledge it in yourself and you find somebody else that has acknowledged at least a similar thing, then those two people can start talking about it. So I would say our immediate step would be to continue to talk about these topics and delve further. But then from there, if we're actually going to fix a problem, this is kind of going further down the road, but I think that these people need to be given a place in society where they can flourish without the abuse. I don't necessarily know what that is. It used to be warfare. It used to be politics. It sort of still is. I feel like we're in, hopefully, a transitional phase where this thing is either dying or I don't know, hopefully we're figuring it out. I agree we're not totally there. I'm kind of scared about the way it's going to go down, to be honest. But I would say we need to find a place for these people to fit in. And like I said, it used to be the hunter. That's why you'll see a lot of these people are hunters. Oddly enough, they're into guns, they're into warfare, they're into politics. Politics is another place they found a home because it's almost like a battlefield where they can live out sort of like combative ideological fantasies, essentially. But there's another place, which is online video games, strangely enough, which I find gets out a lot of that drive in me. And this is going to sound strange, but I heard of like some like dictator is now like retired living in Russia, and all he does is like play like Call of Duty online in some like fancy like hotel in Russia, because it gives him that like drive of like basically being back in the trenches and stuff. So we are sort of at the point where we can create assistive aids for these people and their disorder. I mean, we create assistive aids for people who need wheelchairs and blind people who need canes. Maybe these people need a robot that they beat up and yell at every night when they come home or something to make them feel better, and they don't have to actually do it to a human.
They probably need like oxytocin or something.
Oxytocin. That would be nice. I think maybe psychedelics would shake them up a little bit too. That might even be the answer, to be honest. But that's another thing I wouldn't mind talking about.
But I don't know, because I read a study there. It horrified me, but it's something I always thought about, and that is, why are happy people sometimes very cruel? And apparently, the human brain is such that people whose brains are experiencing high levels of oxytocin are more likely to be less empathetic to outsiders, which is interesting. That's kind of horrifying in a way. But yeah, I suppose it's that whole in-group dynamic thing. And yeah, if you are high in oxytocin, you are more likely to be dismissive of outsiders.
That's a great point. I love that point, because chemical imbalances is a huge part of this. And I'm not an expert.
But that's quite horrifying. It's not that there's anything wrong with these people; they're just happy.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And it makes. I suppose you can see why, from their thought processes, because if they're happy, they're not literally thinking about suffering. Therefore, because they're not thinking about suffering, they probably aren't thinking about where another person is coming from, and if that other person is suffering, well, they're not thinking about that. So,
yeah. Nothing exists outside of their head, essentially. I mean, that's what makes them. That's what makes this disorder what it is. If you really break it down,
that's not necessarily because they're narcissists. That's the thing. That's just an.
Oh, it's a chemical. Yeah, maybe a chemical imbalance. No.
It could be literally because they're happy, and they're in a group of people that are very happy, and. I suppose you could put it to teenagers and young adults when they pick on like outsiders and stuff. Sometimes it's because they're all happy in their little group and they're having a laugh and they feel good. They're laughing and they're cajoling, but because they're high in oxytocin, they're not thinking about the consequences of what they're doing to the outsiders, for example.
Yes, that's a great analogy. That's kind of what I meant by a chemical imbalance. Sorry, I didn't mean as in. What I'm trying to say is our chemicals in our brains change throughout our lifetime. They are literally
de facto healthy people. That's the crazy thing here, Lindo. I mean, you could argue they are, health-wise, they have optimum levels of health because they are happy. Now,
but I want to reference what you brought up the other day, too.
That's a scary situation, isn't it? That happy people can actually be horrible to others. Yeah, go ahead anyway.
I want to bring up how you brought up schizophrenia the other day, too, and how that is almost another side of this. So I get what you're saying. Like, I'm on the same wavelength here, and I get how the way I would say you're saying they're happy people, I would say it's like that's their reward mechanism, though, really is, you know, it's like they're rewarded by these actions and these feelings and these thoughts, essentially. And with you, when you mentioned the teenage years, I want to touch on that because I said a chemical imbalance. What I mean is the chemicals in our brain, we may be completely healthy and they still change through our lifetime. And we can all go back to when we were a teenager and think and realize that we may have been a different person. I was much more narcissistic. So
but I think also that people stay in that kind of teenage mode of thinking for a long time. I think until you're near 40, until you get to about 40. Actually.
You're right.
A lot of people are very twisted in their psychology and their lack of empathy. Not everybody.
But I would say this is tied to what I'm talking about.
If it doesn't happen by the time you're... Like most people, when they get to about 25, some people are late developers, you know?
You're correct. And I actually think the age, especially in the U.S., should move, the age of especially the military enlistment should move from 18 to 24 years old. Also, our schooling should go till 24. We should shift the age of what we consider a youth in our country, especially if we're going to change the draft age up to 42. That shows a shift in the age of the population. And we got to stop sacrificing these little babies, treating them like adults when they need a few more years in the oven to become full-fledged, you know, members of society, is my opinion. But so within that, though, you're right. We evolve differently, and I would say narcissists evolve potentially the slowest. They want to prolong that late 18 years old time of their life because that's when they felt the biggest on top of the world, and their whole life becomes prolonging that. Like, think of the quintessential guy who was a football player, you know, either soccer or football, whatever you want. And he was big in high school and college, but then he blew his back out, and now he's got nothing, and that's all he talks about for the rest of his life, trying to relive those glory days. This is that. This disorder, just, you get what I'm saying? They stretch out. That's why we got Botox. That's why everyone's trying to look like they're in their 20s, even though they're 70 freaking years old, man. You know, like, it's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, that's all tied into this. It gets deeper, too. I mean, there's other overlapping waves that this thing creates within society. You see the signs of it almost everywhere, but I'm trying to see if there's anything else to go on.
Nefarious, you've been terribly quiet. Are you still there?
Yeah, I like Nefarious, man.
Yes, I'm here.
What would you like to say about what's been said so far?
About narcissism, it's tough. Obviously, if someone is a narcissist, they are less likely, they are not likely to seek out help from it because they would think they're almost always right, and they wouldn't admit to being a narcissist, although there are some exceptions. Yeah, I think the difficult thing is that a lot of these narcissists are very functional too. They abuse people privately, but although it's harmful to the people they abuse, a lot of the times it's not illegal, so they get away with it. It's an interesting topic.
Yeah, man, absolutely. That's why I say even the laws are made to uphold this disorder. When you really break it down, that's why so many people say, like, the laws don't make sense. They only make sense through understanding this disorder. Like, I mean, in any way, I would say. And if you realize it's the narcissist who made the laws, if you really go back and try to figure out who made this system, it was them. So, you know, I don't know. It's just interesting. I mean, as far as I'm, you know, ever seeing punishment, yes, they do get punished. It's almost like being punished means you didn't do it right. you messed up. You got to do it properly so you don't get caught next time. Sorry, Nefarious. I was trying to help give you something else to go on, but I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
You got a picture too. The guy arresting you. Hey, he might be a narcissist too. He might feel bad for you. Oh man, you got caught. And then he might give you a wink or something. It might let you off easy 8 out of 10 times.
I don't think the funny thing about them is I don't think they even have empathy for other narcissists.
Oddly enough, they work together in some way.
That's true. That's true. I think they don't necessarily have empathy for other narcissists. If that narcissist treads on his toes, they won't have empathy for them because they're in competition even with the other narcissists. I think what it is there's that whole shared fantasy thing. If the other narcissist helps them in their project, then they'll delight and cajole with them, and they'll be best friends.
Yeah, that's all they have to do is look the other way when the other guy's doing it, and then hopefully he'll look the other way for you next time. That's literally all it takes, dude.
Yeah. It is interesting.
There's something about narcissists is that they can have a different. They can show the different sides to their personality. I've heard stories where when people live together with narcissists, they act differently when they are private. But in public, they act very differently, which makes people puzzled when someone says something is wrong with them. Yeah, a lot of these narcissists are also very good manipulators, and they know how to make other people feel good too.
That's a good point.
I mean, could there be a healthy form of narcissism? I mean, they talk about the virtue signaling and all that, like, oh, these people are narcissistic, but if they are a narcissist, could it be that they're not that harmful sometimes? They're seeking validation and approval from others, and it's just that sometimes they do it for a cause. And are they always nasty to people? I mean, if they're getting the validation and they're getting the accolades and all that, and the money and the esteem, is it possible that they won't be particularly nasty people? Because they're getting what they want.
I think if they are actually narcissistic personality disorder, as in have 5 of the traits, then I would say there's no way for them to do what they do without harming people, especially when you consider the cluster. It has to do with engagement with people. So there are other disorders that have some of the same traits as narcissism that are in the same cluster, like histrionic, for example, that would manifest slightly differently. And you'd be surprised how you can pick out those types of people once you start looking this up and learning the different types. They stand out very well once you know what they look like.
Yeah, histrionic, if I'm right, was that cluster C or something? I remember you looking this up years ago.
I think I think it's in the same one as narcissism. I believe I might be wrong, but I just know like what it is. It's tied to sexual a lot. Obviously being the center of attention. But it also has to do with like wanting to be like the center of lust. Essentially, it could be a man or a woman. You want it. You fantasize
of to be histrionic personality disorder. Yeah, we don't really hear much about that. But
I actually know a bunch of people who have these disorders in my family, so that's kind of how I know what they are. But
flirtatious, seductive, seeking to be the center of attention, which can lead to relationship issues and difficulties in maintaining stable relationship. There you go. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's very much like narcissism, and people would say that somebody with that disorder is narcissistic. You'd say, oh, that person's narcissistic. All they care about is themselves. But if you don't know how to delineate and you don't know that narcissism, I mean, it's like a cluster of actions, and it always goes in the same direction, their cluster of actions, and you start seeing it's like a compass, essentially. So I like to use histrionic as an example because it's way more easier to pick out because they're very outwardly presenting. Like they don't they're almost the opposite of masking. Like their form of masking is to be over the top and like a peacock almost to present as this like grandiose, like beautiful thing. It's interesting when you look into it, but. Because if you're trying to mask, you would be a gray man. You would be, maybe the American Psycho guy or something. You would try to be as normal as possible, and you could get a lot further in your machinations that way than standing out, essentially. And, going back to, since we mentioned histrionic, there is also the potentiality of comorbidity, which leads into the dark triad. And we can talk forever about that because that is really what's at the tippy top. I mentioned fractals the other day. If this thing had a fractal, the dark triad would be the very tip of the fractal. And what else is that?
You yourself, are you neurodivergent? Are you a little bit autistic by any chance?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because they do say people who are autistic have greater ability to notice when someone is a cluster B.
Yes, and I can tell you why as well. I have a theory on that as well.
Apparently it's because of greater pattern recognizing ability.
That is one thing, but it's overlapping things. So it's that, and me having what I have, I can tell you it's a response to having narcissistic abuse. Your parent sorry, I'm getting a little worked up here. What it is imagine the study that they did where they took pregnant women and starved them, and they found that their children would be born craving food and potentially become obese. The same thing happens with narcissism. When you're in your mother's womb and she experiences narcissistic abuse from the community and overlapping waves from everywhere of this abuse, your DNA puts itself together to be ready to encounter this abuse and these people. That's why I can so readily see these patterns, and I've always seen them since I was a kid, and I've always been treated as if I'm the problem for seeing them. So that is my form of neurodivergent, if anything.
I hear that. That's a very interesting take, brother. Thanks for that. Do you think it's also the case? Yeah, I think you're right. I think neurodivergent people, well, they're all neurodivergent, but autistic individuals probably have a lot of experience of, as you say, negative relations with narcissists, psychopaths, and these dark-traded people.
Yeah, I would also. I just want to point out the fact that there seems to be a correlation.
If they are power-seeking individuals, which they are, these psychopaths and narcissists, they're power-seeking. Well, you can see why the autistic individual would be a target for them because they're an outsider, they're unusual, and they have problems trying to socialize. So the narcissistic psychopath would pick on them for power because it would give them a power supply. It's someone they can demean, belittle, and laugh about because they haven't. These people generally wouldn't have a crew around them, to protect them or to stick up for them. So you can see why then the autist would have a lot of experience of what psychopaths and narcissists are about, and understand them deeply and perhaps be able to recognize them,
Absolutely. I would say I want to just mention that there seems to be a correlation that the more narcissistic our society goes and the more we go down this path, the more neurodivergent people seem to be being born. And people want to blame, vaccines and all this other stuff. It may actually be the narcissistic abuse is forming in utero or whatever, in the womb, its own antithesis and the thing that will eventually expose it, essentially, as any other force of nature. The immovable object meets the, whatever, the big rock or whatever.
Yes, indeed. Fatima says that they're a narcissist and they're proud of it. What do you think of that?
I don't know. They haven't done me any harm, so that's fine with me.
I'm not so sure, Fatima, that you are a narcissist, but okay.
I guess it would make sense they are proud of it since a lot of narcissists are very confident people. And there's, I guess, the most troublesome part of narcissism would be the love empathy. But if someone can have narcissism but still have their empathy intact, I don't think there would be as much problem as there is. I think that is where the abuse happens a lot of the time.
Yeah, I definitely think they have. I definitely think they are. There's like a chain of abuse for sure. There, they can be born from like non-abusive parents, obviously, just like any other random chance. But they definitely like. How do I say this? If you had narcissistic parents and they had 3 kids, one of the kids is definitely going to be a narcissist. The other might be histrionic, and the other may be, ADHD with PTSD or something like that. You see, now it already just cloned itself once, so I don't know.
One moment, please. Quick announcement. Help support the show and keep it running by using the link pinned in the live chat. Thank you to those of you who have supported the show so far. I appreciate you. It really helps keep us going on our journey to finding Gnosis. Every little helps. Donate now if you can. Thank you.
Yeah, every little helps to pay the StreamYard bill and the X bill. We are streaming on multiple platforms, so it does cost. So thanks to those of you who have supported thus far. Appreciate you very much. Okay. If we remove the narcissistic personality problem, if we remove psychopathic tendencies, if we remove the histrionic tendencies, if we remove the dark Machiavellian tendencies, Lindo, is it possibly the case that we would no longer be a human species?
Yeah, it would be a complete rebuilding of everything. It's almost impossible to imagine, and I have to say that I do not have the answer. It would be a complete rebuilding of all societal structures. It feels completely foreign and scary to even think about. It may just happen whether we like it or not. I don't know. And I'm just trying to kind of get it out there that this system may collapse whether we like it or not, just because it's eating itself. And that the more you know about it, the more you can be ready. So let's say, these things went away, how our society would change. I would say that there are people that we pay who are supposed to have these answers, and those people are the government. I am not a highly paid collection of the elites of society who are supposed to provide the answer to the underlings. So actually the question should be asked those people, what system are you going to provide us in lieu of narcissism? Do you have any answers? You're paid. You are the elite. You are the geniuses. Why would Lindo Wicker be asked for the answer? You see what I'm saying? The people
I hear what you're saying there, Lindo. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
The people who wanted the authority to hand out the answers to everybody and tell everybody how it's going to be should be the people to answer for this problem that they made. And then if they can't, that's where we really need to start getting together and figuring out how we're going to rebuild it based on the information we have. I mean, that's how any system moves forward, essentially.
Yep. I think it's definitely a worthwhile project, and at least we have to attempt it. Nefaris, what do you say?
About what?
About Lindo suggesting we try to rework societies governed how society is led, the hierarchical structure of society that seems, in his view, to favor the ruthless psychopathic narcissists. At least they tend to be able to move around in the hierarchy rather well. Whether the hierarchy was built for them, I'm not so sure, but they definitely are able and very apt at moving within it, rising to the top. So, Lindo, I put it to you that it's maybe not the government's, the structure of society that has to change. We just have to spot these individuals so that they can't infect the structure.
I would agree. I think the structure would have to change to some degree to allow for a system of spotting these individuals and giving them a pathway to channel their energies more creatively. We could do it through the education system. It's just sadly, hand in hand with this takeover of these people taking over society, they completely crush the education system because it's antithetical to their power structure, essentially. So we would have to, it would be a huge undertaking. But yeah, I mean, without totally dismantling society, you could build in early, you know, whatever triggers that you could see this kid is acting as, I mean, you can see it. I've seen it in kids. I'm not an expert on kids. You know, I'm pretty sure you can kind of spot it. Oh, sorry. I should say that it's been known and found that this is in majority a male disorder. It's usually driven by men. It can be female as well, but it's strongly imbalanced to be towards the male side of things. And it's believed that, you know, upwards, they don't give an exact number because these people don't out themselves, but it's theorized that we're at like 20 to 30% of the male population. Sorry, this number is going to sound insane. I know that, but I've seen a few different sources. I'm just giving my kind of guess here. And if you could imagine that 20 to 30% of the male population has a affinity for this personality disorder, you should be able to spot that within a population and be able to find it pretty readily, I would imagine. I mean, as they're young and create developmental systems to help guide them, you know, through behavioral, you know, the normal, you know, obviously support what we have, improve what we have, behavioral support systems and guidance and proper communal care for our young, basically. Is that hard? Is that too much to ask? I don't know.
Thank you, Lindo. Lindo, are you on X? You can follow me on X, so you can DM me there, and we can maybe do some more work on this. I think very important subject. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, man.
Guys,
I'm not signed up right now, but I'll try to sign up, and I will get in touch with you further, for sure.
I'm going to just play some music now, guys, so we can have a little break. And Lindo's doing a lot of the talking here, so I want to give him a break as well so that he can re-energize, come back feeling a little bit rejuvenated, and also perhaps give others an opportunity to come on here and do some talking as well. So the music will play for a little bit. Hopefully someone will join and we can continue the show. Hello, welcome once again to the Finding Gnosis show. We had a little brief musical interlude. Luckily for us, Chickpea has joined, and she's going to take some of the strain away from Lindo, who's been doing a lot of talking, and Nefarious and myself. Wonderful stuff. Chickpea, go ahead, you're on the Finding Gnosis show.
Right. I'll probably get called a narcissist for this, but you know, I've always been called names. I think a lot of the problems with humanity is we're always looking up to our betters. You know, like we do in this country, everybody stands on the street waving at the king, bowing to the king. He's done sod all for this country, and people just love kissing the arse of their betters, at the same time piss down on those beneath them. And that is the trouble with humanity. Look at the way we treat street cleaners. Well, we do. We treat them like shit. I don't, but people do on the whole. They look down on them. We look down on dustmen, but we don't look down on the CEO of some God knows what company. We don't, do we? No. Grumps.
I hear you. You're making a lot of sense. I'm letting you talk. Keep talking.
Yeah, you know, we do. And I think that's the way that the human race is. We always look up to those, you know, if... I mean, look at Hitler, for example, okay? Now, people say he was so evil. All he did was sit behind a desk telling everybody else what to do. He did nothing. He didn't even pick up a gun. He was a field marshal. Field marshals don't pick up guns. So people always say, oh, Hitler. He did nothing. He didn't build those camps. He didn't kill those people. And he didn't say to some of the guards who were themselves members of that race they were killing, you know, they were all quite happy to do it, all of them. And they were. They never fought back. They could have all fought back, and they could have done. But no one did. Nobody.
That's actually called learned helplessness. That's part of what they use
that's what humans are like. And we've been like that since the beginning of time. Look at the Battle of the Somme. Do you know about the Battle of the Somme?
No, sorry.
Yes, well, I'm quite well read on the Battle of the Somme because it's something that's always interests me. The Battle of the Somme, right? The Battle of the Somme, they started building trenches in France, the English and the Germans, okay? It went on for 6 months building trenches. And then their master said to him one night, okay, we'll have a nice big party. So the Germans and the Brits got together, party, played football, kissed and hugged, brought each other presents, okay? The next day, their master said, right, pick up your guns and go and kill each other. And they did. And that's what the human race is like. And it is. That really, the Battle of Somme says it all about us humans. And it does. All war does. Because at the end of the day, I was brought up on an army camp and also spent 4 years in the Navy. And people in this environment are very, very submissive. If their boss says to them, lick my willy, they will lick the boss's willy. And that's how we're in the mess that we're in, because we all kiss up and we all piss down. And that's what the human race does. No matter where you go, it's the same. It's the way we are. And it's been like that throughout history. Just read a history book. It's a horror story. And it's always been the same. You should read about the Battle of the Somme. It's quite an interesting story. It says it all. No comment from anybody. Okay. But now that's all that I know in my own sort of timeline, so to speak. Hello? Hello?
The Battle of the Somme, an absolute bloodbath if ever there was one.
Yes, exactly. But they all went along there. Because you know what I understand about people is, okay, now, so there was all these people there, their masters, the officers, the members of the aristocracy and the ruling elites. There was only a few of them there. They were vastly outnumbered by soldiers on both sides, the Germans and the English. They were vastly, vastly outnumbered, these officers. Why didn't those people just think to themselves, why don't we just kill all the officers and get the hell out of here? Why didn't they do that? They'd been partying the night before, kissing and cuddling. So just because someone kissed and cuddled you, don't think they wouldn't kill you the next day, because they might just do it. Saying what happened. It's documented history. And it is. You must know that, surely. Yeah?
Yes, Nefarious, where are you? Lindo is getting something to eat.
Oh, no, I'm
Chickpea.
here. I'm just not sure what I'm supposed to say. So just because someone kisses you doesn't mean they won't kill you. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say about that.
It's true, unfortunately, because that's what happened. They were kissing, cuddling, playing football and giving each other presents. And the next day they were killing each other just because their boss said, now pick up your gun and go and kill them. Just like that. Said to somebody who they got no one in common with. They had more in common with the men they murdered than they had with the boss telling them to do the murdering. And they did. And that's humanity. And it is. You know, it's just
I would say.
Sorry?
I would say there's a lot of horrific stories of battle, and they get worse as narcissism gets worse. If you imagine going back before narcissism kind of distilled down to what it is today, it would just be a couple of cavemen in a field, maybe 6 to 7 guys. It wouldn't be on a grand scale as it is now. So it's kind of,
yeah, but
that's the real scary part to me.
But there was only a few people then, weren't there? There's billions of us now, so God knows what we'll come up with next. I dread to think. Because I mean, like Second World War, okay, we hear this stuff about the 6 million that were murdered, which is a horror story, but some of their own people were involved in that. That's how bad it all is. Granted, they were following orders, but they were still involved. They were following orders, they were guards, because the Germans didn't have enough guards to deal with it all.
Yeah, I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but some believe that the two sides doing things like that is for a reason, because it's the Illuminati kind of.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, I kind of believe that it is the Illuminati, essentially. Well, I'm just saying I think it is.
Of course it is, but ultimately, why do we automatically do as we're told? Myself included. I've been in the armed forces, and I suspect when I was there, I was told. As I got older, I've grown out of it.
So
that's where we've been conditioned.
Yeah, you definitely hit on a large part of it, but I would also say not only would a person like that have been conditioned, but you were conditioned by the ultimate system of conditioning.
Yeah, I know.
The Illuminati is made to be this condensed force and they're made to condition other people into the way they want them structured.
Yeah,
so if you were conditioned by them, you were going against the biggest enemy you could go against, and it's not surprising that you were conditioned, because that's what they set out to do, is condition all of us, essentially.
But that's how the world is. And you know what else I've learned in the past few weeks is that the Rothschilds apparently financed both sides of the Second World War. It was all financed. Because you know what makes you buy it? Sorry?
You're absolutely correct, and you will continue to find these links to all this. And the answer is narcissism. Narcissism, the Illuminati is the religion of the narcissist.
I know.
That's what
You
it
really
is.
day
The
to day.
narcissist created these things as their religion, and they're in the background, and that's why everyone in power is also linked to these same power structures.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Lindlow, we'll be reading the same books.
Maybe not the same books, but we're definitely on the same wavelength on this. Yeah. I could totally vibe with you on this.
I've read books all this.
I'm glad that we met, found a meeting ground here, because I don't mind talking about this any day. It's just a little bit more out there, you know?
Yeah. And what do you think of the Second World War, okay? You know, it makes me die about the Second World War, and the masses are too stupid to even see it, okay? First of all, Hitler pushed all the Allied soldiers onto the beaches in Dunkirk, then said to his soldiers, the Germans, now off you go, let them, off you go, we're going off to Russia now. So all these 400,000 Allied soldiers were allowed to escape back to England on little boats over the space of a fortnight. And you know what else gets me? That this whole Hitler thing. So Hitler starts off as a baby soldier, ends up as a field marshal in the space of a matter of years. It's an utter nonsense. It is such a nonsense, all of it. And people don't see it.
So I understand what you're saying, Chickpea, and I just want to put out there that I think I am a little younger than you, and I do live in a different country, so I'm not completely versed in this history as much as you are. So I'm going to defer to your judgment on a lot of this, but I can relate to my own experience now, and I think we are now going into a World War III that's going to be even worse than World War II, and you're going to see the same things that happened in World War II just in a different way now. And one of the things as to why people's guard was down was, one of it was the invention of the radio and the subversion that his elite figured out that they could use this subversion through media to get the masses basically lulled or on board or kind of brainwashed into supporting. And then also you got to imagine they didn't have the internet too. So now we actually have a chance to disseminate this information. If this new coming World War III is going to happen, we have the means to get the word out. You have to imagine the ideological control that is on us now to realize that we are not getting the word out, even though we do have the means.
Hooray! You say the same things that I say.
Yes, so I think we are copacetic on a lot of this. So yes, I'm glad that we found some agreement here. This is great.
They don't see anything, nothing. It never ceases to amaze me. And I saw this when I was young. It was clear as day to me, but I don't know what to make of it anymore.
Yeah, I think I'm maybe experiencing the same thing you did, kind of just in a different timeline. And I see what you're saying. It scares me that nobody's saying anything. I shout it to anyone who will listen, but it's the reason is these people have their claws in us so deeply. I call it sort of like a cancer. And picture us as a body. This cancer has now metastasized to the point that we will die, and it's just how we're going to die, whether it's going to be slow or fast. But within this, they're going to continue to constrain. They're going to continue their old tactics of continuing the like an anaconda or whatever, like eating its prey. It's going to this war is going to tighten us down even further. They're going to try to continue the same script. I just don't know how it's all going to play out, essentially. And I'm scared to death about it.
Hooray, I'm terrified. I actually fantasize what my plans are, because I'm one of those weirdos that believes in the mark of the beast. I'm one of them kinks. And I'm already fantasizing what my plans are when that day comes. People think I'm mental.
Nobody, I think what it is, it's just pockets of people like you and I who have a small inkling of what they're going to do, and nobody's really coalesced and nobody's put a plan together. It's a scary place to be. It really feels like you're alone. I see what you're saying here.
Yeah, because I tell you, I've got my own thoughts on this whole Europe, what's going on in Europe now, etc., etc. And I think it's only a matter of time before one day you're going to open your door and it's going to be do or die. There's going to be someone there, one man with a machine gun, another man with all his little chip equipment, and it'll be do or die. And if you don't, well, end of. And I'm really waiting for something like that to happen.
Yeah, I agree. It's not good. Not going to be good, man. I'm glad you see it too.
Yeah, it's scary.
It's probably, honestly, it's probably going to be a robot that comes to your door. It's not even going to be a human at that point. It's literally just going to be a robot. And yeah.
But I've already decided that before it all takes off, I'll just take all my cats to the vet and give them a nice quiet death. And I'm just going to find myself a bridge and I'll just sit under the bridge and watch the show. That's my plan.
Yeah, I just hope you would really hold on to that plan for the last second, because you don't want to be mistaken. But yeah, okay.
I will. I'm not prepared to. No, the alternative puts the fear of God on me.
Yeah.
The absolute fear. I'd rather just be shot in the head. I can cope with that.
Yeah. And so let's say, in this crazy conspiracy thing we're talking about, a lot of people think it's going to be the next 3 to 4 years, I would say, that things are really going to go down. So we should know pretty soon here, and it should start going down very quickly. So if any of this, I would say if we make it past 4 years, we could reassess and hopefully see where we are at that point. But yeah, I'm very scared about this next 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I'm very well, it's all through the Great Reset, and I do believe that's what we're heading for, the Great Reset. Because in this country now, they're allowing shoplifting, they're allowing all sorts of crimes. It's okay to knock someone over on the pavement on your bike. Nothing is done about it. You know what? There have been countless rapes in London. Only a couple get investigated by the police. It's being allowed to happen. It's all being deliberately orchestrated. That's going on in London now. You must have heard about that.
I believe, yes, I have. It's the same kind of stuff is happening here in the same way. We are behind you guys a little bit, so it's almost like they test it and then it's just lagging behind. But the same sort of, so Canada is kind of in between the U.S. and you guys as far as these laws go. And we can see, I live in the north and I can see it hit Canada, and then I know it's going to be coming to some regions in the U.S. and then it's just going to spread. It's the same thing, and it's all the same playbook. So anybody who thinks these people are all against each other, I don't know, man. Some pockets of them may be, some pockets may be rogue, but the grand playboard is all orchestrated.
No, it's all orchestrated because all these illegal, these people are all men. So why is there no women and children with these people running away from wherever they're running away from? It's all men. Yes, I'm glad I'm old, because as you get older, you tend to fear less than you do when you're young. My biggest worry are my cats. As long as they don't feel any pain, that's all I'm kept worried about.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Hello, Ragnarok. Feel free to chip in with whatever you want to say.
G&W sounds all broody now and grim. You don't like what we said,
I was. Say that again, Chickpea.
You don't like what we were talking about, do you?
No, it's got its place. It's a necessary conversation. It's not that I don't like it.
But you know what? This is the first time I've actually met anyone who feels the same way I do on this subject, sees the same thing coming. It's the first time in my whole life.
Well, let's see what Ragnar thinks. Ragnar, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Sweet. So, topic of the show. Things that are ruining society that people don't want to admit. A lot of people don't want to admit that the mental health crisis is a backlash of a vast amount of witchcraft being committed. It's one of the costs of witchcraft. There is such a thing as witchcraft being done on people where they become mentally ill because of it. And then there's such a thing as witches or warlocks, the male version, getting backlash because their curses came back on them. A lot of people don't want to talk about why they did the child trafficking, why they do the cannibalism, why they do the rituals, why do they mock us in our face with occultism everywhere. Nobody wants to talk about that. It's ruining society. If somebody came along, tried to make things better, and tried to explain these things to them, they wouldn't have a frame of reference. So it's a good thing we do have some frame of reference. And the issue is that I've seen the effects of witchcraft being committed upon people for too long, and I didn't know how to identify it myself back when I was growing up either.
Yeah.
But seeing now, I've
Yeah.
seen a lot of people abuse leechcraft. They love being energy vampires. They specifically to fuel their witchcraft, their chaos magic, and all sorts of shit. And everybody wants to pretend like it doesn't exist. I promise you, there will be people who will be like, "Oh, it's just fiction. Oh, it's just this. It's just that." But they never tell you that demons literally make deals with people who hurt children. They'll never talk about that.
Thank you for that. Pristine says, "Thank God Danny is here to save the day." Danny, you're on the Finding Gnosis show, brother.
Hello.
Go ahead. Hello there. Well,
Just wondering how the inmates today in your psych ward, in your online psych ward.
Boy,
Don't offend Chickpea.
I have. So, Danny, I have it on good authority that I may be very, very depressed, but I'm not mentally ill. I just see the world for what it truly is. Now, I've been told that by a high-ranking psychiatrist.
Oh, very good.
Yes.
I think you're right.
Well, I hope so.
Anyway, I wanted to answer the question. Obviously, I don't know why you're worried about all this witchcraft nonsense. I mean, we know that what's ruining society is breeders. Breeders are ruining society. Yeah. So why do there need to be a society? There only is a society because breeders
I never
can't
asked you a
keep
question.
their pants.
Never asked him a question, but he's entitled to come on here and speak. It is an open panel.
Yeah.
So do you want to have a conversation with Danny? Maybe we could sit back and see what happens. It might help us find Gnosis. Guys, is that okay if we let Ragnar and Danny have a conversation for a bit? We'll go off. We'll go backstage.
Yeah, I want to go make a cup of tea.
Is that okay? Linda, I'll bring you back on in a bit, yeah?
Can I just say something really quick? Ragnarok, I understand what you're talking about, the witchcraft, and I actually have evidence that I can show people if you need somebody to support you on that argument. If we ever want to be involved with that. But I do have to go take a leak. But I just want to let you know I heard what you said, and I have some evidence that I can support you with. So,
yeah, I've been doing my own research on the mental health crisis with millennials. There's so much witchcraft. Like I grew up, I didn't even know some of the people I lived with or were around were witches, and I found out recently most of them are.
Yeah, there's databases. You can find them online right now. I can link to a whole. They have multiple databases. They don't hide it. Yeah. And once you find one of their databases of them showing the covens, it'll lead you to all the other databases, and they all link together through like old looking websites, and it's just lists of covens. And when you go look into the cities and you read the descriptions of these covens, they're everywhere. And when you actually look in the city, you'll find esoteric symbology hidden in all their businesses that they make and stuff like that, because they're parts of the community. So I've seen it firsthand. I've seen evidence of it. But we can talk about that another time. But I'm going to step down. So
yeah, Linda, I'll put you backstage, and you can come back on in a bit, because it's always interesting when there's two real oppositional forces in the same room, you know, and that's exactly what we have here. On the left,
I don't even know we are opposition.
We have Ragnar, and on the right we have Danny. And I believe you are opposed to each other fundamentally on massive issues, and therefore I think it's best for everyone else just to shut up and let you guys talk to each other and see where it goes. So I'll leave you to.
Well, I'd like to ask you one question, Danny. Yeah. Is there like other stuff you talk about other than antinatalism? Because I would like to find something we agree on, even if we disagree on 90%. Is that something we can do? Like I am more life. I am more pro-life, and you're more antinatalist. I understand that. We've already
not more. There's no more or less. I just think that, you know, what's the point of talking about anything else when all that stuff is downstream? It's all after the horse is bolted. What we need to do is to sort out the source of the problem, which is breeders. Are you a breeder?
I plan on having many children.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because I will expand my family, grow a legacy, have them
Grow
have
a
wonderful lives.
legacy. Grow a
Yeah.
legacy. What kind of legacy? A legacy of mental illness? A legacy of all the problems in your genetic code and in your partner's genetic code? A legacy? Are you joking? I tell you, if you were my dad, I'd be very, very disturbed. A legacy? What a ridiculous idea. Where did you get that stupid idea from? Have you actually thought it through properly? I don't think so.
So you're an antinatalist who actually has children, right?
Yes, that's right. I mean, I don't call myself an antinatalist. I'm I'm a preventionist. I believe in the prevention of suffering. Then there's no need for you to start. There's no need.
I think you're causing.
Why do you need, as one of our slogans is, why breed when you already have an inner child in need? You've got your own little child on board that you need to take care of, clearly, right? And you're considering bringing more people with more problems, bringing more pain, more suffering, more exploitation of your future children and their exploitation of others in order to get through this life, the exploitation of animals that they're going to be involved in. For what reason?
Well, here's the difference between me and
to have a legacy. Are you joking, mate? To have a legacy? That's ridiculous. Do you realize how, in my opinion, you need to get yourself to a psychiatrist before you do damage with that weapon of mass destruction between your legs?
Well, yeah, nobody's called it that before, but okay, I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah, compliment. No, it's not a compliment at all, my friend. It's a terribly dangerous weapon. And you need to get yourself a vasectomy pronto, and then get yourself to a psychiatrist and get to the bottom of this delusion that you've got, that somehow you're going to create some kind of, you're going to create a legacy.
Has psychiatry actually healed anybody?
What happens if your kid, one second, what happens if your kid has serious, is really high on the spectrum of autism? They're completely autistic. Like, I've got a friend of mine, lives around the corner of mine. He's got 4 kids. One of them's severely autistic. The other one's got Down syndrome. And then he's got 2 others, right? What happens if those 2 are that you're going to pass down your legacy like that?
Who said that's going to happen?
It might not happen, but it might happen. It's possible.
Well, see, your entire basis is, look, you've been monologuing for a while. Let me speak. Look, you're coming up with a lot of opinions, and look, we all have opinions. We all have assholes, and you got your shit to say. You're anti-life. This is obvious. Your grim look on life, as if it's all suffering, it's all darkness. It's like your heart's hardened, and you want to call me crazy, tell me to go get psychiatry and get a vasectomy. No, I don't think I will. Why should I take advice from you, a man who is hypocritically bred but wants to stop others from breeding? I think that is the most ignorant, arrogant shit I've ever seen. Okay? I think your pompous attitude, where you think you're above other people because you want to stop suffering, you're not stopping suffering, you're causing suffering, thinking you're stopping it. You commit the very things you accuse others of doing. You're a hypocrite, sir. And then you want to tell me to get psychiatry? You want to tell me to get a vasectomy for what? To stop myself? See, I think God, I think you're mad at life. I think you have a lot of fucking issues and an axe to grind with everything around you because you suffered in a way you don't like, and misery loves company. I won't be your company. I'm going to have life. I will be the lion that breeds out more lions. Do you understand? If you want to be the insect, who hates life, you can be that.
Let's see your lions. Don't worry. If you have lions, they'll eat you alive, your children. You'll see. You'll have no control over them. Right? You're bringing them into a matrix. You're bringing them into the human body, which is itself full of problems. They could be seriously ill. They could die in childbirth. You
didn't even understand my analogy.
Mental and physical health problems.
right? And you're talking about lions. You are deluded, and you need to get yourself medicated before you do damage with that terrible weapon between
The
your
man
legs.
who hates life wants to call the man who is pro-life deluded. That's interesting.
Yeah,
that's very interesting.
you are
All right,
deluded because you're
Can I ask you a question?
convinced. You're 1 minute. You're convinced.
Find me one
that
case.
you're
Find me one
deluded
case where
because you're
psychiatry
convinced.
cured even one individual.
What's that?
Find me one case. Find me one case where modern psychiatry cured an individual.
I don't think you can be cured.
Show me a case.
I don't think you can be cured by psychiatry. I just think that you might be able to be saved from doing that terrible damage with your phallus, right? Creating more people. Anybody who wants to be a parent, who wants to control somebody else's life, who wants to start somebody else's
So you're somebody who likes dabbling in chaos magic, having your own children, and you want other people to not have children, huh?
What's it got? I had my own children when I was an ignoramus like you are.
Can I ask you a question? Why do I smell it off you? Why do I smell witchcraft off of you?
Witchcraft. I've been called many things.
You do chaos magic.
I've been called many things in my life, but this is the first time I've been called a witch.
I'm curious why I'm sensing it off of you, because I know you've leached off of people. That's a fact.
Is it?
Before you leech on somebody, Danny, you better find out if they know how to manipulate energy and bring it back to them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. You see, that's the problem with some of you people who are atheistic chaos magicians. You think we don't know what you're up to. And your anti-life stance, your pro-death stance, you don't even know what death is.
Have you tasted death? Have I tasted death? Oh, yes, I have actually. In the last year, I've tasted death twice. I was diagnosed with a very aggressive cancer and told that I had only a few weeks to live. That was 13 months ago. And then I was knocked off my bike in this hospital for 12 days. So, yeah, I've had a good old taste of death. Thank you very much. Have you?
Right, yeah. I've had relatives pass away, and I've been through some things too, but I'm not even going to bring that up.
Daniela,
do you know what you're talking about?
Hold on a second. I just want to read some of the comments. They're quite cute. So Cougar Duma says, Peter, I'm the chaos.
So you want validation from the chat. Okay. You go ahead and stroke your little ego. Very, very tiny ego.
I'll do that.
Go ahead.
Cougar Duma says, Peter, I'm the chaos magician, not Danny, you loon. Daniela says, I've been called a witch. Don't worry about it, Danny. Fair enough. I'm not worried about it. I don't mind. I'll add it to the list of things that I've been called. Can we get a blessing for the dialogue? Says Global. And then we've got Are You Puking, who says, you're saying something antithetical to my core belief, so you must be a witch. Correct. And then we've got, hold on a second.
That's not what it's about.
It's not about. It's not what it's about. What is it about?
No, they're making they're relating something completely unrelated to something.
No, hold on a sec. Mike Donegan does say something that I would agree with. It says that Danny needs an exorcism. I think that's what we need to do. So, are you able to do an exorcism on me?
Now you're just mocking me.
No, seriously. I'm prepared to go for it.
Why would you say seriously when there's nothing serious about you?
There's nothing serious about me.
Absolutely nothing, sir.
Oh no. Oh well, that's good, really. I mean, that's probably, if there's nothing serious about me, then maybe I've reached enlightenment.
I don't think you know what that is.
No, probably not. Mike's a
I look at you with a different set of eyes. I don't see light there.
You don't see light, just darkness.
I don't see light in you. I really don't.
Yeah, that's what my mother-in-law used to say. Mike Donegan is prepared to do an exorcism if you come back on the show.
So are we conversing, or are you just going to stroke your ego with the chat?
Now, folks, I put you together in the hope that you would reconcile and find Gnosis. It doesn't seem to be
Okay,
happening.
can we try and find
Oh,
something that
well,
we
he
agree about?
he thinks I'm
It's
retarded,
fine.
and I think
It's
he's a
fair
hypocrite,
enough.
so I don't think it's going to happen.
It's fair enough. Listen, he is a breeder.
I mean, X. What is he trying to get? If you seem to think that he's trying to achieve something for his own aims, but what are his
Exactly.
aims? I mean, I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, he doesn't want to agree to disagree or even agree. He just wants I won this argument. That's all he wants. That's pride speaking. Like, why can't you see myself and yourself outside the one-dimensional character you created? Can we do that? Is there not other topics that we could agree on, Danny?
Yeah,
Do you like history? Do you like archaeology? I love archaeology.
Listen, we can, right?
Then why can't we do that? Why do we have to be at each
Unless-
other's throats like this? We
unless-
have a
okay, that's
disagreement
fair
on
enough.
life. But
That's
come
fair
on now.
enough. That's fair enough. Okay, so I'll back off a little bit, but I will say that that it's something that I say regularly, and it's something that I've understood from since I've come across the whole question of the immorality, should we call it, or unethical nature of reproduction. Yeah, since I've come across these ideas, all the things that I spoke about before seem really kind of silly. I don't know how to describe it. That's with other than just silly. In other words, I've been speaking for years before I came to understand reproductive ethics, and before I came across the whole concept, I was speaking about all sorts of things, ranging from the problems with capitalism, the problems with authoritarianism, statism, religion, and various other things, right? But all these things, as I said before, are downstream problems, right? And what the reason why I keep coming back to this idea is because this idea is about treating the cause, going to the source of the problem, and the source of the problem of suffering is the creation of beings that can suffer and will suffer and die. That's why I keep coming back to it. So we
Can I bring
can.
up a
I'm sure
personal
we can.
experience for you?
1 minute. So I'm sure we agree on lots of things, right? So for example, I don't know what your view is on capitalism, right? What's your view on capitalism, for example?
I have criticisms of it. It's got some problems. I think an individual being able to make capital off of their own production, that's a good thing. But I do tend to take issue with corporations that make billions of dollars while their workers are making a minimum salary. I'm very pro worker, if that makes any sense. I'm not hardline communist, but I'm very pro working class. And it's definitely where I come from. And
yeah,
okay.
I wanted to ask you a question because you understand a lot of religious stuff.
Can I possibly get you guys to consider something? Now, sure. I want you to maybe ask Danny why he wants life to stop, and then simply you to say why you want life to continue, and I think that will show us a lot. So, Danny, maybe you could take it first. Why do you want life to stop? And then Ragnarok, you can say why you want life to continue, and from that, then we can develop the conversation.
Well, before we go down that, I just wanted to ask you something pertaining because I know you know some religious stuff, right? Like you've studied.
I have, yeah.
So I've had an individual accuse me of being a Nephilim, and it actually caused me a lot of pain and suffering because some people believed him. What would you think about that? They figured out that I'm not a Nephilim, that I'm something else, but they did. I did suffer. So
I don't really understand the relevance of that question. So let's go back to DNW.
Well, I know you're against suffering, so my point is maybe we'll just water it down to when a lie makes somebody suffer. How do you feel about that?
I don't relate to the question. I think I don't really understand
Well,
the
I know
question.
you're against suffering, right? So you logically somebody would say the truth should have been said so that the suffering could have been avoided. Because it's the main reason why thou shalt not bear false witness is a thing, right? Because if you lie on somebody and somebody attacks them, that there's a liability there, right?
Right.
Okay, well, that's all I wanted to know, right? So there's that liability exists, and the fact that somebody lied was a major problem and cause of suffering. So,
Okay.
yeah. So I just wanted to ask you, in your opinion of your own religious studies, you would consider that to be like a carnal sin, like say somebody lied on somebody and they got hurt because of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a downstream problem. So the main problem, all problems are created by breeders.
Well, we're going to humbly disagree on that. But here, let's go to the topic D&W brought up. Like, why do you want life to stop?
Because I find that the whole of this reality is so baked in. There's so much predation and violence and pain and suffering baked in right across the spectrum of sentient life. It's an absolute abomination, as I already mentioned here before, and as we've mentioned on our podcast, is that it's exquisitely diabolical. Life itself is exquisitely diabolical in its nature, right down to to small insects, all the way up to big mammals and humans and non-human animals. The whole thing is just so disgusting, and I just cannot now fathom, even though I myself was religious maybe 30 years ago. Now I look back on my old self, who I've now disowned, and cannot believe how foolish and ignorant he was. And I don't understand how anybody can look at look at life itself and not be disgusted by the amount of just totally unnecessary suffering and pain, only to end up with death. So I want to see an end to that. To me, it's completely unacceptable. And anybody that's pro-life means, unfortunately, I'm sorry to have to say this, but this to me seems evidently true, right? Anybody that is pro-life is pro-cancer and is pro-heart disease and is pro-war and is pro, deformity and is pro
Isn't that a
mental
little
health.
bit unfair?
It's pro all of those problems, because that is what you're doing. When you create life, you're creating beings that can and will suffer, and all the hundreds of descendants of these people are going to have all sorts of problems. And that's why I want to see a stop to that, because I don't accept all these problems. I do not accept cancer. I don't think cancer is a good thing. It shouldn't be. And there's only one way to
Well,
prevent. There's only one way
Danny,
to
I
prevent
think
your children. I'll finish now. There's only one way to prevent your children from having cancer, and that's by not having them.
I think it's a bit unfair to blame people who want to have a happy life, a happy family, and thrive and survive. Like I think it's also unfair to like our ancestors, right? It's like a race. They passed the baton of life, and we kept going every generation, right? I think it's unfair to them. That's what I speak of legacy, right? We all come from beings who suffered wars, feudal eras, all sorts of madness, right? And here we are in the most comfortable, cozy era known to history, moralizing over suffering. And I think it's very unfair to just point the finger at somebody and be like, "Hey, you're pro-life, you're automatically bad." Right? This is it's and also what if there's a being out there that does not rationalize through modern moralism where this is good or that is evil? A being that only rationalizes on free will would not observe the world in the same lens as you. And you may see that as bad, but that's the point, right? it's like the binary of morality. One thing's good in this place, that same thing is bad in another place. It's culture. This is another reason why they say culture, politics is downstream from culture, right? Like you may say the problem is breeders, and that's the upstream total problem down to the downstream. I humbly disagree, my friend. And I would say, like, people, it's not that they're okay with suffering, it's more like they adapt. And there's people who want to adapt and move forward. And just making this equivalency of thinking, like, and this for the movement you speak for, right? I think it's going to alienate a lot of people from your ideas if you keep pointing the finger at somebody. Like, for example, if, and I mean no disrespect to Chickpea, if she wanted me to become a vegan, calling me heartless because I ate a chicken burger the other day, not going to help her case, right? And like, it's approach. It's all about approach, and I don't even want to help you refine your approach, but the way the movement comes off, the way some of your talking points comes off, I know you humbly believe in these things, and I don't want to think you're just some one-dimensional character. And I know you have other things you want to talk about. I know you're passionate about that. You're flying that banner real fucking hard, bro. I'm a very multi-dimensional individual. Like I know me and you could probably sit down and talk about the latest archaeological find, and it would be so awesome. But then you would probably bring up, man, those people suffered back then. I'm like, yeah, they did, but look where we are now, right? We have our medical advances, we have all sorts of scientific advances. We're living in an age where things are changing for the better. The corruption of these predator elites is being exposed. Um, a lot of people are doomer pilled, you could say, and you do come off a little one-dimensionally doomer pilled when it comes to this stance. And I think if you wanted to refine your stance, you should probably try to come off a little more optimistic and maybe not finger pointy ish. Because like maybe you'll point to me and you'll be like, you're okay with mental illness. You're okay with this. You belong in a psychiatry thing. You need meds. Like that's not gonna help you, bro. It's not gonna help anybody. And like one thing I understand also, and like you probably do understand also, the martyrs of the Christian faith, for example, every single time they were persecuted, the religion grew. That shocked people. That scared people. That scared Rome to the core, to the point where they felt the need to hijack it entirely, right? Because the whole idea of a pontifex that actually comes from the religion of Jupiter before the notions of the Pope, right? So the pontifex was actually originally established in Pergamum at one point. And what does the Bible say about Pergamum? The seat of Satan.
Just a
And that's
quick
not my point.
sideshow.
When it comes to
A
suffering,
quick sideshow. Chickpea wants to come on to defend something that you said. And
I
then
didn't
we're
even
going
attack
backstage.
her.
Go ahead, Chickpea.
You didn't attack me, but you're saying that I'm in the wrong for saying that.
I didn't
to
say
be
you're in the wrong.
an
I said your
anti-
approach is completely wrong.
No, you said something about me.
If you wanted me to
criticized
become a vegan, your approach should be very different. Just
Yeah,
letting you
well,
know.
I don't understand
That's
this
all I
effort.
said.
Okay, you're very anti-Gnostic. Okay, you don't believe what we believe. Okay, the Gnostics
What?
believe that this world is a hellhole. That's what the three of us
What do
believe.
you mean? No,
That's what
that
the
is a modern Gnostic approach.
Oh, really? So you knew what the ancient
Yes.
Gnostics thought then? You were there, maybe.
I am a Nazarene. I'm part of a Gnostic sect. How about that?
Right, the Gnostics are very anti-meat eating, if I remember
By the way,
rightly.
he's also Alexander the Great.
All right.
And he's also a few others. Were you Diogenes at one point?
No.
Yeah, but I don't understand. If you're so anti-veganism, anti-Gnosticism, why are you coming here? I don't understand.
I never said I'm anti-Gnosticism.
Yes, you are. You disagree.
You're arguing straw
You
man now.
disagree
You're
with
arguing
what
straw man
Danny.
now.
No, you've made
This
it
is
quite
bad.
clear.
This
You
is
disagree
disingenuous.
with Danny. Can't get a word in edge. We can with these Americans. Right.
I talked
you
about
made
your approach.
You made it quite clear that you disagree what Danny had to say. Okay. Most Gnostics are anti-native.
Yes.
And most of us are vegans. So what are you doing here? Because it's going to end up in a row. That's a foregone conclusion.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Chickpea, I'm going to bring you back now. Is that okay?
No, he just said, what are you talking about? He's anti-Gnostic, so what's he doing here? I don't understand. I wouldn't go to a meat-eating site, would I?
Saying I'm anti-knowledge.
I wouldn't
Makes no
go
sense.
on one of his silly, I'm being
No,
reincarnated.
DNW, she's propping up a
See,
bunch of
I'm the one
straw
that's in
men
the
and
wrong. It's
wanting you to
always me
spin
that's
that
in the
narrative.
wrong. Men are always
No,
in the
Chickpea,
right.
you're not in the wrong. He is here for a reason, and the
Yes,
reason
have an
is to
argument.
proliferate his views, which is. But the thing is, Chickpea, it is an open panel.
Well, I agree with Danny says, and I'm tired of having to listen to go on and on and on and on.
Look,
There's no
Chickpea,
end
the
to it.
only thing I said about you is that you should refine your approach if you want more
Why should
vegans
I
to join.
refine my approach? I'm a Londoner, okay?
If you're gonna be a crone and speak the way you do, nobody's gonna join you.
Be a what?
I said a
Have you
crone.
listened to yourself speak? You are
CRONE.
incredibly boring, actually. We're on and on and on and on. Okay? You're boring too, might I add.
I like to talk like a tree, slowly, deliberately.
Oh, naff off.
All right, Chickpea, darling, thank you for saying a piece. We'll retire backstage for a little bit and let the guys resume their conversational exploration of matters. But yeah, get to it, guys, because at the moment you're nowhere near answering the question, Ragnar. Why do you want life to continue?
I think life should continue because it's beautiful. There's so many beautiful things about life. All the art that humanity creates, all the beauty, the empires we raise, the empires we crush.
The empires.
Yeah. Every single culture
Oh
has
yeah,
brought
they were
something to the
great.
table.
The
The human
empires. Oh
experience.
yes. Oh, the art.
Hey.
Yeah, let's keep the art going. But obviously, if you want to keep the art going, you got to keep the cancer going. You got to keep the accidents going. You got to keep the
Why do you
deformities
equate
going.
that?
You got to keep the psychopath going. All that keep going. What for a bit of stupid art?
See, like I
And you
said before,
joking,
it's
mate?
unfair that you would just
Jesus
assume that.
Christ, art. Is that all you can come up with in a
Don't bring my
nice
father into this.
sunset? Whilst all that rubbish, whilst people are in agony, people are in mental anguish right now. People are having their limbs amputated. People are in wars. People are in terrible, dire straits, poverty. Oh, but you want the world to carry on so that we can have some nice little art because life is beautiful. Right, let's go around to
Now
the
you're just
local
trying to
hospital.
minimize.
How
Look, I'm trying
beautiful.
to answer the question and you jumped on me like just with this random what the fuck, okay? Like you want to minimize human art, the human scale of creation, how everything has been a lot of it has been beautiful. Some of it is fucking terrible. Sure, I'll
Listen,
grant you that.
yes, there's
But you
lots
want
of
to know
lovely
something? No.
music.
You're gonna listen to me. You're gonna listen to me, okay?
Am
Every
I?
single individual
Yeah.
I've known who has suffered do not complain as much as you do.
I'm not complaining. I
Yes, you
haven't.
are.
I'm not complaining. I don't think what I do is complaining.
You complain every day at the fucking Times Square.
I've actually had a very, very good life. Even the last year's not been that bad. I haven't been in.
Well, then why do you come off as some sourpuss, angry at life and everything, bro?
Because I am angry at life. I'm absolutely disgusted by it. I think life, as I said to you before, is exquisitely abominable. It's an
You won't even let me explain
absolute
why I think life should
aberration.
go on.
The amount of suffering built into this existence, predation.
Look, imagine you dropped into the
It's
Jurassic
the
era
most
trying to
terrible game.
moralize the jungle.
What?
You want to moralize the jungle. That's what you're basically doing. You're
There
looking
is
at the
no
world from the lens of good and
moralizing in
evil.
the jungle.
No, you are
Nature
moralizing it. Your
is
whole statement
devoid.
is all moralism.
Nature is devoid of morals. Nature doesn't care.
I like nature. It's honest. Okay. You want to know the fact about nature? Everybody's suffering, right? Those who adapt, evolve, and continue. Those who sit there and complain and do nothing, they're food. It has been that way since the dawn of time. You may not like it. I don't like it to a certain degree because, I like my creature comforts and stuff like that. But like, there's a lot that humanity has struggled through. Look at all the beautiful things we have, the music, the art. You want to minimize that. That's unfortunate. I would never want to see the world the way you see it because it's like staring into a black hole with nothing. I would never want to feel or see your way. I don't ever want that. It's like death. It's like living well. It's like being dead while still living. It's strange. It's like you're devoid of love or something. And like you accused me once of not having any love, but like you keep trying to crush the things that I love. It's ignorant. It's arrogant. You're a hypocrite who has bread but chooses to tell others not to breed. It's like it makes no sense. Everything you stand upon is sand. There is no proper foundation that I see. What I have as a foundation, I have God, I have life, I have all the beautiful things that come with it. And you choose to see all the terror and horror. Dude, the butterfly that doesn't struggle and gets out of its cocoon will never fly and be beautiful. Okay? I look, you may have a problem with how the world is the way it is, but like say we were in the Jurassic era and you want to sit there and moralize, well, I'm trying to survive and build a fucking house and bang my wife and have children. You, on the other hand, you would just sit there, complain about life and tell me you shouldn't have kids, they'll just suffer. No, bitch, I'll kill the T-Rex. I don't care. Like there's solutions. We are human. Humans find adaptability. We have adapted so much since the beginning that we have brought
So
this
what?
world almost under our
So
entire
what?
dominion. Okay.
Okay.
And you want to
So
sit there
what?
and complain about so many things that have already occurred before. Okay. But it's strange to me how you don't even want to enjoy the good in life. It's just so what to you? So what? You sit there and you complain and complain and complain and complain. It's all the fucking heavens hear from you. You just complain. Why can't you find something? Name me one fucking good thing in life that you appreciate. Just one thing. Could you do that for me?
Yeah, sure. I
Because
appreciate.
I'd love to see that out of you, bro. I'd like to see the other side of you.
I appreciate not a
Because I
taste of
don't want to see
food.
you as a
I
one-dimensional
appreciate.
character, Danny. I want to
I
see you as a
appreciate.
human being.
I appreciate lots of things, and I appreciate the sunshine on my face, which I spend lots of time in. I appreciate nice food. I appreciate having a body that is not in pain.
That's good.
There's three
There you go.
examples, right? I
Isn't that
appreciate my
beautiful?
friends. I appreciate all sorts
You
of
like
things.
music, right?
What's that? I appreciate music, but unfortunately, all of those things pale into insignificance. Knowing that in order for me to appreciate all those things, loads and loads of people and animals have to suffer, and that's just not acceptable to me. And no matter how much you put your head in the sand, that is the reality. And I understand you. So I completely understand you're saying that you would never like to see things the way I see things. I do understand that. Yeah. But unfortunately, the way I see things is unfortunately in line with the way that they are, because for example, I spent quite some time last year living in Cyprus in the most beautiful, in inverted commas, in the most beautiful scene by the sea. Everything was beautiful, but every time I went to the sea, which was every day, I was aware that whilst what I was seeing was a beautiful sight, it was all skin deep, and underneath the water there was carnage going on. And that is the state of reality and of life. And that's why I don't want this to carry on. I want this to come to an end as soon as
Danny is
possible.
right
But I
about the
can't
state
do
of
anything
nature and the
about
state
it,
of
though.
life. He's right about the state of life, the state of nature. But Danny, something I think about sometimes is you freely admit that AN isn't going to do anything, like ultimately. It's going to stop some people from being born. That's great. Perhaps they won't suffer, but
Yeah, no, of course it's not going to do anything.
is it not the case that maybe
No.
then that is admitting we have to concentrate on other things?
No,
That's my
because
point. But
there's
that's
nothing.
why I
No,
said you have a shaky foundation, my
That's
friend.
not your point. Shut up. You said you worship life. You think life is good. I don't think that at all. I think life is a brutal system of an imposition of suffering. But if antinatalism doesn't solve it, what then?
I'm not here to solve it. I didn't create it, and I'm not here to
What
solve
about
it.
the people? Well, what about the people who want to try and solve it? What do you say to them?
Well, I mean, I can say I think they're naive because there's no way that you can solve it. But I like David Pearce, for example. I think he's a wonderful man, and I think he has some lovely ideas. I think he's a bit naive, but but I think
What is he
he's
naive
trying to solve
about?
it.
I'm more or less aligned with him, to be honest with you. What do you think he's naive about?
No, he's naive about the possibility of, firstly, the possibility of engineering suffering out of reality. I think that's just not going to happen. I think that the technology will be used against the majority of sentient life rather than for. Yeah, so he's given away all this information many, many years ago, and it will just fall into the hands of those who have no compassion. So I think
May
that's
I add
naive.
something?
1 second. I think it's naive to think that a whole world. I think it's not just naive. I think it's like, I still think it's pointless. It would still be pointless. There's no benefit. There's no real benefit to bringing people into starting this whole life thing off. Even if there was no suffering, it's like, why would you even why bother with all of this when non-existence, there's no needs. It's just leave everything in its pure potential.
So one thing I wanted to add, right? DNW, you said that I worship life and I think it's good. I think that's a false position. No, I don't even apply the notions of good or evil towards nature. Nature is nature. Okay. I don't even
Actually,
apply
farm is not nature.
the shark eats the fish. The lion takes out the zebra. I do not consider these things to be good or evil. I do not even come in and moralize the jungle. It's actually the most dumb thing to do, to moralize what's good and evil in the jungle.
DNW, can I say something?
You are.
But I just want to talk about the 92 billion, okay? Right, you enjoy eating the flesh of the 92 billion, yes? Jeff, whatever your name is. Don't you stop to think about the suffering that poor hen went through before you ate it? Has it ever occurred to you for 1 nanosecond? Or don't you care? Doesn't that occur to you? All about that cow's milk you drink. Do you know the sort of suffering those poor mother cows go from so humanity can drink that baby's milk? Do you ever stop to think about that, ever? Because their lives, your life may be super duper lovely, but their lives aren't. Their lives are a bloody abomination, an abomination created by us humans. Don't you think about that?
It's true.
Would you like my answer?
Yeah, I'd love it.
If you accuse a lion of being evil for eating...
No, we're not talking about lions. We're talking about humans, okay? We are talking about humans. I do not believe that a lion can be turned into a vegan. That is a fucking nonsense. I'm talking about humans. Okay, as a human, you should have the brain power to have a bit of empathy for the suffering of other animals, especially animals that we bring into existence in our factory farms. They are brought into existence by us humans.
So just humans, right?
Yes, just humans. I'm not going to talk about animals turning fucking lions into...
Do you know why humans have teeth the way they do and a stomach designed to...
Really? So you have huge canines like a grizzly bear, do you? Or fox?
No.
You suggest
No.
You look like
we are omnivores, and you're being very disingenuous.
We are herbivores. And right, even if we are omnivores, you know what? You should have enough
That's
empathy.
just that's like a rapist saying, "Do you know why I have a penis?" Just because you have something doesn't mean you have to use it in a way that's immoral or
I'd like to see you hunt down a hen like a fox can, okay? Now, a fox can hunt a hen, kill it in a couple of minutes. I'd like to see you pull that one off. And that's just a fox.
Probably could.
Anyway, you should have enough empathy to understand that suffering that we force those animals to go through, which is why people like myself and Danny hate this planet, because of what is going on around us. That's why I hate it, because of what this
So
shit
look,
goes
look,
on
look.
around.
You're denying a biological fact because humans are
You
protein-based
know what?
creatures.
I have been a vegan since I was a little girl. I'm nearly 72 years old. And I suspect if we had a test, I would come up better than you. Okay, and I live on a diet of peanuts, nuts, and fruit. Don't eat meat, don't drink milk, nothing. Okay.
Your point?
So I'm just saying to you,
Are you going to accuse me of not having empathy? Is that it?
Well, you haven't. If you can't understand the suffering of a farm animal, you don't have empathy, do you? It's not possible. Have you seen? Do you ever watch Joey Carbstrong? Have you seen what us humans do to the animals in the slaughterhouse? Have you ever stopped to watch it? You know what Joey risks his life to get the footage to people on the internet, and no one gives us shit. Nobody, apart from a few of us idiots. No one cares. And you know it breaks my heart, and it's why I hate this world so much, because one thing I don't like is cruelty to animals. I think it is
Can I ask you a
wrong.
question?
I think it is evil. Yeah, ask a question. And I'm
Do you
also an
think a dog
What?
Do you think a dog rescuer has empathy?
A dog rescuer? Well, of
Yes,
course
do you
a
think they
dog
have
rescuer has empathy. Oh, I suppose now we're going to get onto feeding dogs on meat. Yes, I suppose that'll be the next thing.
No, it's because I've been one.
Beg pardon?
I've been a dog rescuer.
Well, you suffer from cognitive dissonance then, don't you? Right. One animal has value, another animal doesn't. You see, dog's pain has value, so you mustn't kill dogs. But the cow has no value. If dogs are being factory farmed, you'd be up in arms, would you? They do get factory farmed in Far East.
Yeah,
I'm going to leave you and love you guys. Have a good night.
Yeah, night, Danny.
Have a good one, Danny.
Oh, so also I'm a bit confused.
Can I
Gnostics
say
viewed Earth, can I just say, I'll be going in a minute. Gnostic viewed earthly life as a flawed, illusory, and chaotic prison created by a lesser deity, the demiurge, rather than the true, perfect God. They believe human existence is a temporary entrapment of the divine. So I'm suggesting people like me who see this probably are entrapped by, I shouldn't be in this shit house anyway, whereas you seem to like it here. You think it's lovely. Lovely. Lovely, lovely place. Nice, all the walls. Child slaves in Bangladesh, child slaves in all over the bloody country, and of course the 92 billion. And you think that's lovely. Sorry, I don't understand you. I just don't understand how anyone can be happy knowing that. I can understand that someone that does not know that is happy here, but someone that does know it, I don't understand.
Chickpea, I'm letting you argue against the caricature you invented. You're not arguing against me.
What? What are you saying? I can't hear what you're saying.
I'm saying you are arguing against the caricature you paint me as, not as
Well, you
who I am.
do. You said yourself you enjoy eating chicken flesh. So I'm just saying to you, do you think that hen enjoys being eaten by you? Do you think
So
she
you
enjoys
think
it?
I'm evil?
Do you think she enjoys it? Do you think she wants to live in a factory?
Chickpea, you said you hate the world. Turn your hate into love. Turn your hate into love.
No.
Chickpea, you said you hate the world. Turn your hate into love. Turn your hate into love. Oh, Chickpea, please don't hate the world.
Grubs, you're being very naughty now. I don't hate the world. I'm just not too keen on us humans. I love the animals. I love the trees. I love all the flowers. But I'm not too keen on us. Like, no, I've been living this now for nearly 72 years. And quite frankly, I'm sick of us. No, it gets me D&W about the world. Okay, when I was a young animal rights activist, people would say to me, yeah, when they show films of slaughterhouses, I'll start to believe it. Okay, well, now footage of slaughterhouses all over the internet, they still don't give a shit. And they don't give a shit. And they don't. Well, stop it, Grumps, okay? Because I'm not going to love the world. After all, I'm trying to find Gnosis, and the Gnostics believe that this is an entrapment. So why should I love a prison? D&W.
Look, that is one interpretation of the Gnostic sects. Okay, there's more than one.
Oh, God Almighty, that's what it says. Look, okay, one interpretation. I'd love to know all the others are, but this is the one that I like, okay? Most
Can I ask you who started it?
Pardon?
Who started Gnostic sects?
Pardon?
Who started the sects of Gnosticism? Do you know?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you properly.
Who started the sects of Gnosticism?
I've got the Cathars.
No, I'm actually related to them, but go on.
Cool. How do you know you're related to them?
Don't worry
Our
about
recent history doesn't go back that far. You're making that up.
No, I'm not.
Oh, right. Was your great-grandfather one of the Cathars, was he? They were long before his time. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Chickpea.
But then, of course, you're also related to Jesus.
You understand that Gnosticism goes back over 2,000 years.
Yes, I know. Thank you. I know it goes back a long way. You're the one that started it, and you apparently know that you go back that far. How can you know that? As a matter of interest, because, it's just curious.
Some people are capable of certain feats that others are not.
For goodness sake. At the end of the day, you think this
Can I
world...
introduce a piece of scientific evidence to you?
Oh, go away. You said you think this world is super duper, which is fine.
Did you know
you're allowed to love the slaughterhouses? I think it's an entrapment, okay? Because my mind...
You don't talk to people. You talk to who you think you're talking to. You like your caricatures a lot. You should probably stop.
I should like my caricatures.
Can I introduce the fact that plants can actually feel pain?
Yes, thank you. I have heard that. I have heard it. Thank you. Yes, and I do understand.
So when you're eating your vegetable...
Yes. Yes, and you, by eating meat, it takes 10 kilograms of grass protein to make 1 kilogram of meat protein, okay? So you are causing 10 times more damage than I am.
Okay, so you're eating my food's food. Interesting.
What are you talking about? I'm allowed to eat, because I do have a right. So it's okay for you, for your food, to eat 10 times the grass.
I'm not being
every day on this fucking planet, right, okay, every day on this planet, 15,000 people die from starvation. The grain grown in those countries grows.
Oh, chickpea. You must love the world.
Oh, no, I'm not going to love.
Bring back happy chickpea and love the world.
Yeah, no.
Oh, chickpea, you must love the world. Bring back happy chickpea and love the world. We need happy chickpea. We need happy chickpea. Chickpea, please love the world.
Yes, Grandma, I'm going to love all meat eaters. Like I said, I love the animals and the trees and everything else.
You don't have to love the meat eaters. Don't go that far.
No, exactly. But I would just like to say, something I want to say, then I'm going to shut the fuck up. I've forgotten it was now. Grass. It takes 10 kilograms of grass to make 1 kilogram of beef, etc., etc. But you may as well talk to yourself. Oh, yes, the 15,000 starving children, they die because food grown in their countries, the grain, is sent to the rich West, i.e. the US, to be fed to the factory farm victims in the US farms, okay? And then they say, oh, no, we would never do anything like that. That's how bad things are on this planet. And I'm the one...
Hey, look, Chickpea, I'm aware some things are bad, okay? They were farming human children in tunnels, and you don't give a shit, do you?
I didn't do it.
Did you hear what went down in Nigeria? Did you hear what went down in Nigeria?
Yes, I know. I didn't do that. Humans did it. I didn't do it.
No. There was some kind of festival where they raped loads of women.
Yes,
Did you see
I
it?
know.
That's
But I
crazy.
didn't do. I don't say this world is lovely. I've never said that for 1 second, have I? I often mention the suffering of humanity at humanity's hands. I've often mentioned it.
Well, look. It's just I'll mention something earlier, Chickpea, and I'd like you to be good faith with me because I know we can agree on some things and disagree on others.
I'm very.
It's just the approach, Chickpea.
Yeah, no. Well,
If you were
I think.
I'd be more prone to hearing you out if your approach was a little different here. I'm just
Yes.
being good faith.
Well, you know. And
pointing fingers at me and calling me evil and unempathetic just because of the small amount of information you have. You kind of me as a villain a little bit. It's okay. I'll let you.
Well, you know, I believe I have got a real hang-up about non-vegans. Okay, which is why I come here.
Okay.
I've got a hang-up about non-vegans.
You don't have to hate me for that, do you?
Yeah. I've been spat at by meat eaters when I've been on demonstrations. I haven't forgotten.
That's unfortunate. Well, am I those individuals?
Like I said, I've been spat at. So,
yeah, I understand, but like,
I'm sorry. I'm very much
individualize. Okay?
I mean, no, I'm just very, very anti factory farms and slaughterhouses, and it's something I
can empathize with how you feel about that, but I myself, I am a meat eater. It's what it is.
Yes, I know. You keep telling me. Yes, I know about this, Grumps.
So yeah, tell me about this situation because I'm very anti-rape and anti-slavery.
I want to hear if it's true. First of all, I think this is in Nigeria. This is some news report there. Let's
it's grim. It's horrible.
One second. Let's hear if it's true.
In the quiet town of Ozoro Delta State, a storm of fear, outrage, and confusion has taken over the streets with what some have called a rape festival. When a story like this breaks, it does not just stay in one community, it becomes a national conversation. And so today we dive into the street of Abuja to hear what the residents have to say about the so-called rape festival in Ozoro.
I had it in the headline this morning.
When you heard the term rape festival, what was your initial reaction to that?
Very demonic and barbaric. It's very bad. It's not encourageable at all.
It is actually wrong. It's actually wrong to have such a festival in this generation we are now. That such a thing will be happening. It's totally condemnable.
Do you think there was actually a rape festival in Delta State, or it was being over-exaggerated by the social media?
No, it wasn't over-exaggerated. What we saw in social media is actually what happened.
Social media, sometimes you will see AI in social media, which that is why we are not encouraging them. Sometimes anything you are posting in social media, let it be reality. Not that by framing something or blackmail or do something that not supposed to show. And you say that is something that happened. It's very bad.
It was not a rape festival. It was a festival that was done by the chief priest to pray for barren women, for them to have fruit of the womb.
He said it's a cultural festival where people that look for maybe babies. That one is okay, but is it by rape? It's not supposed to happen by rape. So even if it is maybe this thing is any single guy seen aside that they must be raped, do they put a notice on time? Was there notice for people do they circulate enough notice for people to be aware of such thing?
Among the 4 girls that was interviewed yesterday, not one of them said they were raped. And up to this very moment, we've not had any official reports that anybody was raped.
Could you imagine a place with university? Then imagine the level of the kind of population you will see in that area. So how are you able to circulate information to reach everybody to be aware that this thing is happening this day for them to take off?
While many describe the report as shocking, others are asking deeper questions about culture, misinformation, and accountability. Because behind the headline lies a more complex reality.
Looking at it critically, I don't think this is the first time of such thing happening in that place. I don't think so. Maybe the help of social media made it popular for us to know that such a thing has been happening. I think this is actually their culture in that area, so it has been happening.
do you think it's proper that in 2026 people's freedom of movement are being restricted because of cultural practices?
It's absolutely totally wrong anywhere in the world. Such a thing shouldn't exist.
The way Nigeria is looking like today, it's like some other places. People don't have freedom of, life. You understand me? But the only thing is that you cannot stop children to not go to their, various places or their movement. You understand? They have free of life to live.
In a country as diverse as Nigeria, culture is deeply respected. But when culture is misunderstood or misused, the consequences can be dangerous. What do you think the police in Delta State or even the government should do in this situation right now?
Government should look into it and proffer solution. Like such cultural festival should be abolished. That is, it should be totally abolished.
First of all, I will start from the chief, the local traditionals, and the councillors, local government chairman. I'll put blame on them because they are not doing well.
There is no reason or whatsoever that on a day, particular people will set out a day and say that any female that has been seen outside should be raped. No, it is totally condemnable. Such a thing should not exist in humanity at all. So the police, the government should properly look into it and find a way to totally remove such festival from happening. Or if they want to do their festival, they can do their festival. But that aspect of any female seen outside on that day will be raped. They should scrap that one out and do their festival in other form they used to do it. Then leave that aspect of rape completely out.
From across the nation, the message is simple yet powerful. Culture must never be a shield for crime. And as Nigerians lend their voices to this conversation, safety, dignity, and respect must remain non-negotiable. In the quiet.
Heartbreaking, isn't it? But we must all be positive, and life is wonder-shown.
I mean, it looked like the police guy was lying through his teeth there, saying, "Oh, so far no rapes happened." I mean, yeah, right. I mean, there's loads of video evidence of being assaulted and all manner of crazy shit.
There's apparently a rape every 40 minutes in London now. Do you know that? Every 40 minutes.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
It is. Many of the rapes don't even get reported, Gramps. No. I tell you, you don't realise how bad things actually are.
What's the demographics?
Is it every 40 minutes? Every
40
or 40?
40 minutes. That's how bad things are now.
I'll look it up.
I like what that chief said, because it's a known fact amongst anybody in the spiritual community. Rape is one of the worst things anybody could commit, like at all. Beyond this world's worldly laws onto spiritual laws, it's actually the worst thing you can do. That's why he said it's demonic. And I could tell that chief, he's versed in certain spiritual knowledges in Africa, Europe, Native America, Asia. Doesn't matter where. The notion of rape, when it comes to shamans, sages, priests, all that jazz, whatever you want to call that character archetype, everybody agrees that rape is the worst sin you can do when it comes to spirituality. And when beings do that, they are inviting demonic entrance. It is a demonic act, quite literally. On a biblical level, the instances of rape come from the fallen angels. Did you know that?
Gramps, have you read it? Yes, and those are just the report. It's 54 per minute per day.
Every 54 minutes or something, is it? Yeah.
And that's just reported.
That was in 2025. That was reported, yeah. And they say that I think it's only 1 in 4 or 1 in 6 get reported. It's something crazy like that.
It's an absolute epidemic of rape. I feel so sorry for young women.
There's probably 1 every 10 minutes when you think about it. Then, if
horror
that is the case.
Yeah. It's a horror story, absolute horror story.
Well, what's the figure worldwide then?
Well, I don't know. I dread to think. I dread to think, and I feel so sorry for them because I tell you, I don't know. I dread to think what it must be like to have to live with. I can't imagine for the life of me. This is happening to young women.
Not just women.
What? Well,
It's not
let's
just
talk
women.
about the women, okay? Because I don't know.
Why is it just women when it comes to that conversation? It's not
Well,
just women.
most rapes are committed against women.
You'd be amazed.
Well, I've never read about.
Most boys and men don't bring it up.
Yes, I know. I do know. Yes, I do know that. Yes, I do know. Yes. It's a horror story.
Yeah, it's fucked.
You know. I'm sorry if it's an old grump, D&W. I'm just a miserable old bag. I do know. But no one said I had to be happy and clap here. And I would just say, Grumps, I love what Danny has to say. Love it. And I love his book. Grumps. Oh, God. Grumpy Guts.
No, I'm listening.
Did I tell you what Dave did tonight? Naughty little boy dropped a mouse on my bed, right on my bed. Live mouse on my bed.
Interesting.
Yes, and I had to catch it and take it back outside to the nest. I know where they live. Poor things.
Yeah. I used to be a dog rescue growing up.
What?
Nice. I used to be a dog rescue growing up. I'd save them from puppy mills and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah.
This little black pug I rescued. She had 3 batches of 8 puppies.
Oh, God.
All of them passed away.
Yeah.
Chickpea, the global situation's much worse actually.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
It says every few seconds.
Yeah, every few seconds.
Every few seconds there is some kind of rape,
Horror
including
stories.
completed rape and attempted. So attempted is obviously, yeah, you know that is. So
I tell you, I really feel for these women. Luckily, I never had to go through it, but I really feel for them.
I'll be right back.
Well, the good thing is all these rapists are going to hell. That's for sure. I know that for a fact.
Not according to some religions.
Well, which one?
There's a certain religion that thinks it's okay to rape infidels.
Oh, I'm aware. They're a big problem right now in Europe.
Yes, tell me about it. I do know.
They look at white women and even some white men.
Yes, I know.
Chattel.
Yes, don't tell me about it. I know, and I'm in my 70s.
Oh, I know about it because I'm well aware. I'm going to be one of the ones fighting them if I want my people to survive.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been approached twice.
Can I say this, Chickpea? We completely agree on that. I made a prediction in the future that because of the encroachment of a certain culture that looks at the West as if we're slaves.
Yes.
Because of their encroachment, it will cause a crusade. Because the Crusades only began after 300 years of genocide, slavery, and rape. All of North Africa, the Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantines, all the way up to Turkey, Anatolia, all the way Spain, all of Spain. Did you know what they do in Spain when they called it Andalusia?
Was that
they killed? This was before
the Ottoman Empire, yes? Ottoman Empire?
Yeah, the Ottoman Empire was later. This was one of the first caliphates.
All right.
They came in, killed every boy that had a puberty, that had a little pube. If they found a male, yes, they would do that. And the women, well, we all know the notorious harems, right?
Yeah.
It was there was more women kidnapped from Europe than there were black slaves in the Atlantic slave trade. Nobody wants to talk about that. And the worst thing, the main facilitator of black slaves to this day is the Arab world.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Because very few people admit to that, to knowing that.
They don't want. It's politically incorrect. They think white man bad. They always think white man bad. Right?
Yeah,
that's what they want.
Yeah, I know.
And like you know why Catholicism is growing amongst the youth? We're the we're the ones growing up getting persecuted by foreigners.
Yes, I know.
Our government's abandoning us, and they don't understand. Like we're on the verge of local people being put in prison for speaking up against the sexual violation.
Yes, I know.
It's madness. It's a madness.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I know.
And I don't think they understand. Every veteran, every civilian, every single individual in the youngest 5 generations, maybe not the boomers in your own generation,
Yeah.
they're not going to do much. But millennials,
Yes, I know.
we're the tip of the spear on this nonsense. And I'm not even trying to be racist. I'm coming off as like somebody who had been absolutely persecuted as a teen when I went to high school. It was ridiculous. I was called Kufr in the 4th grade.
Oh yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? What are they talking about? And then I found out Kufr means like less than semen. It means like you're not part of the religion.
Yeah.
It's horrific. And then you have whole governments gaslighting people, being like, oh, it's not happening. What the fuck?
Yeah, no.
I don't think they understand the very radicalism that they're afraid of, they created.
Yeah, I know. It's terrifying because
if feminists who are against rape actually gave a fuck, they better start talking to white men and telling them to work the fuck out and get ready.
Oh,
it's coming.
You said you hate the world. Turn your hate into love. Turn your hate into love. Oh, chickpea, you said you hate the world. Turn your hate into love. Turn your hate into love. Oh, chickpea, please don't hate the world.
Graham, when I say hate, I tend to say love and hate very loosely.
Would you agree, Chickpea, that that's one of the main problems nobody wants to talk about? The West is being gaslit when it comes to these invasions?
Yes, I agree with every word you're saying. See, we're agreeing on something. No, I agree with you 100%. I'm one of those little Bible freaks, and I believe, it talks about the drying up of the Euphrates. It talks about that?
Oh, yeah.
Euphrates is drying up, and it is. And I'm terrified because I believe it. What's going to happen next? And I believe it 100%.
And the thing is, some people might misconstrue my words as radical, but we're dealing with a situation where cultures are treating white women as trash.
Yes.
It's ridiculous. And young men, white men, are being bullied all the time. It's blamed for everything. The depression epidemic, mental health is ridiculous.
Well, thank you for all this, because I sometimes think it's all my imagination. Because I've got a friend of mine, and she's got a boy of about 19, a girl of 17, and she had to walk them to school every day to and from because they were being literally attacked on the street where I live. And I live in quite a passive area, but I don't know what to make of it all anymore. Yeah.
Do you know why they hate white people? The cults, the elites. Do you know why they're opening the door to Islam? I can tell you why right now. The returned Christ is white. The returned Christ is white and Western.
All right.
They hate him.
Yeah, no, they. Yeah.
By meaning of Christ, it's the anointed one, right?
It's all terrifying.
Well, it kind of is, and the reason they hate white people is because of our ancient lineage. Okay, that's why they don't want us around. They have openly said that they want to be the masters of the brown people. So what I've been doing for about 10 years, I've been telling black and brown people, hey guys, you shouldn't hate white people. The very people telling you to do that want to be your masters.
Yes, it's David Icke writes
Western culture. Like I'm all about free will and freedom, right? I'll be that white boy. I'll be that one white boy who fights for blacks to be free from slavery, right? Whether they like it or not, because that's just who I am, right? I don't like slavery.
No, I don't agree. No, but David Icke writes about all this. You don't like David Icke, do you? Most people don't. I'm a great fan of his.
He's talked about some of it.
What?
He's onto some things.
Yeah, I tell you, there's something weird going on. I don't know how he knows all this stuff, but he writes. I've got his latest book. I'm still ploughing my way through it, and he writes Well, it's all to do with our masters, isn't it? And the Illuminati and on and on and on.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, look,
And the
there's
Kalergi plan.
I look. Remember, I mentioned I was accused of being a Nephilim.
Yes.
Yeah. These people think I'm a
Nephilim
fallen
were
angel.
biblical creatures. They were
Just because
fallen
they call the Anunnaki fallen angels.
Yeah.
But are they?
I don't know. I must admit, it's I don't know what to believe anymore. It's an absolute horror story, all this, which is why I'm into Gnosticism, because all I want to do is escape the whole life thing.
Can I give you another approach to the notions of Gnosticism? Because the notions of Gnosticism come from the sect of John the Baptist long ago.
Yeah, I know.
But I'll give you a Greek perspective. So Saturn wants to keep people in a reincarnation trap, right?
Yes, I know. You'd like David Icke. He talks about this.
So Saturn wants to keep the clock going, right? He wants to keep us going, and there's a reason I said I was Alexander the Great, and I have it's my soul, right? I've been here a long time fighting the machine that is the Saturn system. It's a big problem. Breaking out of it, and it's like breaking the wheel of samsara. That's one way to frame it.
Yes.
But like there's some people who break the clock and they escape, right?
Yeah.
And when that happens, you start remembering your past lives.
Yeah.
So I technically broke the clock. Okay, I finally broke the clock after thousands of years of fighting this fucking world, raising empires, burning empires, raising empires again. I was Julius Caesar. I was Napoleon. I was Frederick the Great. I was all these characters. I did not stop fighting. Okay, and there is a way for people to remember their past lives. Some of them even remember they were in my armies. Like we're fighting a spiritual war right now against Saturn in such a way. So since I'm Alexander the Great, right? People tell me that I killed my grandfather. Do you know what that means? It means I killed Saturn.
All right.
Because technically they said Zeus is the father of Alexander the Great, right? The father of Zeus is Saturn. So Saturn, you ever heard the story of Dionysus? It's a specific Greek sect where they believe that the Titans would devour Dionysus at the beginning of time.
Oh, no, I don't know that, but yeah.
So yeah, basically, and they would keep getting reincarnated over and over and over again throughout humanity.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So basically, it's a battle. And do you know how Greek mythology ends?
No, not really.
Ends
No.
with the war. It ends with the war between Ares and Zeus. Okay, so Ares made war, and he won that war, by the way, against Zeus. But the contract for the peace treaty was that the Olympians are not allowed to interfere in the world. Unfortunately, after the win of Ares, I suspect Saturn came back and started devouring all the beings that were on the world again and again and again and again.
Yeah,
and again.
yeah. Yes.
Because like they say, time devours.
Yeah.
And so I have a saying, right? The flesh is weak, the spirit is strong. Like, so my body has incarnated over and over and over and over again. People who look at me with spiritual eyes, they see my light. They call me Apollo sometimes just because of what it looks like. It's been a battle for a long time. Very long time. And I'll tell you right now, some people might call me crazy, but I've been leading wars throughout history for a very, very long time. And fighting the Saturn system is not simple, right?
No, I
and
know.
it all goes back. It goes back into Revelations because there will be a new earth and a new heaven.
Yes, I know.
So a millennial kingdom with no suffering, everybody happy, stuff like that. People think it's a fanciful tale. No, it's not. It's the end. So the end times. You know why they call it that?
Yeah.
The end of Saturn.
Oh, right. I know we're in the end times. I do know that because it talks about when Jesus.
Oh, Saturn's already dead. He's already dead.
I didn't know that, but
done.
yeah. You know, there's a thing about says in the Bible when Jesus tells his disciples the 12 planets, they say, "Where will you be at the end of days?" And he says to them, "Go to the house of the man who carries the water," which is, of course, Aquarius. I'm a great believer in all this Bible nonsense, I'm afraid.
Well, do you know who rules the house of Aquarius? It's Saturn.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Do you guys mind if I chop it or jump in for a minute?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Let's hear it.
X, did you go by Ragnarok, is it? Or X or Ragnarok? Is that okay?
I do go by Ragnarok. You can just call me X.
Okay. I'm great to see, or I'm glad to see that you guys are finding a middle ground here, because I see the connection with Gnosis between the two. And I wanted to ask X, before he just described what he experiences, whether he had communed with his ancestors in any way, but I think he kind of answered my question already. It's more than a communion, essentially. Is that okay if I kind of put it that way?
Sorry, can you repeat what you said?
If I asked you if you've communed with your ancestors, like in any way, like spoken with your ancestors, would you say yes?
Yes.
Okay, just as simple as that. No gotcha. So that explains a lot as far as to me, it makes a lot of sense as far as your argument for life, essentially. And I think that's a big connection that a few people were sort of missing, that I was kind of in the background hoping would be brought up and that would come out, because coming from the point of view of somebody, from what you just described, a chain of continuation, of ancestral continuation, would mean a lot to somebody like you. So I think that's something that other people were
Yes,
missing.
and it's not just ancestral, it's also a reincarnation, leapfrogging through my own bloodlines.
Yeah, it's deeper than that. I'm just giving like a basic, from my understanding, and I think it might clear up as to other people as to why there's so much weight in your argument from your point of view, if they could kind of get that part of it a little bit.
Yeah, well, I would say that some people who only look at the material world, the 3D, you could say, the third dimension, because that's what we live in technically, they won't understand extra dimensional perspective. It's very complicated for them. And I don't mean to be like, oh, I'm above you or anything. When it comes to that, it's complicated. There's levels to this, basically.
Yes, I know. I met fourth level before I came here.
What do you mean fourth level?
So, could I say something though?
Yeah, let's hear you.
So this is another emergent thing. This is emergent, what we're talking about here, and it is starting to be understood. And I think like the missing link as to why you guys can find a connecting, you finally found something to connect on, just given enough time and not giving up, essentially, is because it seems to be a lot of the people who come here are what would be called a schizo. That's not to say schizophrenic. Schizo actually means like other or like divergent. There's all different types of schizo. It's a prefix. So there's schizotypal, there's schizophrenic, there's schizophreniform. There's all these different types of schizo, but it just means like different than others, essentially. And this is emergent understanding that's starting to come out through these, what would you say,
Well, if I may say, the reason schizos, people who see different, who are divergent, are oppressed so much is because the world is run by psychos. Schizos can see through their mask.
I would agree. I completely agree. And that's what I was talking about with narcissism earlier. And I totally see what you're saying. It's just what I want to put out there is that all these schizo type of personalities all describe things in a different way. But it goes back to what I was saying the other day is we're all the blind men feeling this elephant of this thing. So you got to give people like leeway when they try to describe something that is completely foreign to you, and give them the benefit of the doubt that they may be coming from a truthful place, because we just figured out through his ancestor communion or however he perceives it, that he has this weighted belief behind why life should exist, essentially. And that came through an understanding. It doesn't come through a misunderstanding of just hearing the surface level of what he's trying to say. So I completely understood what he was talking about with Saturn worship, and about how if you are for, essentially, let's just say, abortion or something like that, if you're for getting rid of children or any life in that matter, you are essentially a Saturn worshiper in a certain definition, if you understand the context. And that's what he was just going into. And I would call the narcissists the Saturn worshippers, and that is just a different definition of the same thing in my eyes. So,
well, the whole point of the Saturnian archetype is to devour those who come after you, right? It's not the divine king archetype. It's like boomers are actually considered Saturnian because of how they try their best to keep lower generations down. For the first time in history, in a long time, that happened. But that's a generational argument. But when it comes to being Saturnian, it's like you have people who they don't understand, right? There's a good film called Sinister, and the actor explains that even if people who are pro-abortion believe that it's okay, demons on the other side see it the other way. They see it as like, oh, they're sacrificing children. Like, no matter how you moralize it, beings like Saturn or demons, they'll see it how they see it, right? It doesn't matter our modern lens, and we have frame of references. And me, I'm more Apollonian. I want to shine the light and very illuminated, in the sense that I want people to have their light shining, because the darkness of Saturn, they want, so the reason faith is how you remember past lives is because faith is superior to the Saturn system, like the Gnostic idea of the physical world. Faith supersedes it, right? Oh, what the fuck? Hey,
What's happened?
Makwa! No! Leave it be!
What's happened?
Fuck you, Makwa! Get it! He literally just grabbed the baby bunny. It's fucking in pain and everything.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Oh, there.
Look.
There's one right there.
Yeah, they're terrified.
What's happened?
Where's the other one?
Over there, he can't even walk anymore. He literally had him in his mouth.
What do you have?
I'm pissed.
What?
Why was he outside again?
Sorry, give me a second. My dog literally just grabbed a baby bunny.
You know, that's weird. Shall I tell you something, Linlow? This evening, my cat brought in a poor mouse and dropped it right on my bed. And I managed to catch it. But almost every night I get presented with mice.
I guess I can help fill in. Did you want to change the subject at all, Chickpea, while we're at impasse here?
Talk about mice.
Well, I could talk about that, but I'm scared I might say something wrong.
What about mice?
Do you give your cat dry food or wet food? Do you mind if I ask? Okay,
Wet.
good. Because sometimes cats do that if you only feed them dry food, because they actually require wet food.
No,
or else they can dehydrate.
No, they get wet food.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask and make sure, but I don't
Wet
mean to judge or anything.
No,
I just get worried when you hear,
My cats are hard and fishy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People don't realize that they eat. Their food is wet essentially, and they're from like the desert, and they have a certain metabolism that needs wet food essentially, or else they could dehydrate. Yeah, I didn't know that until sadly one of my older cats got a gallbladder stone or a kidney stone, I think it was, and I was horrified to learn this. And I just try to get the word out to anybody that these things need a certain diet, and they're from like the desert and stuff. So not a lot of people know that, especially where I live. So
I've always lived a whole load of cats for over half my lifespan. And I've always had some animal around the place, so I know. But my Chickpea had kidney disease and diabetes and arthritis before I lost her. But she was very old. She was nearly 20.
Yeah, I just lost my best friend, my dog of 14 years, a couple months ago. So
I'm
sorry. I know how it is, and that bond taught me so many things and changed me in ways that I can't even describe. And I probably would be a narcissist if it wasn't for that experience, to be completely honest. So
they're all I live for. I've got 7 of them, and they're all I live for, because in my mind, there's nothing else anymore. I'm old. I'm getting an old lady now.
That's where I was up till about 2 months ago, or 2 or 3 months ago, and now I just don't even know. I'm just trying to figure out what to do, and that's why I got all this energy to talk and everything. And I just
get yourself a couple of more dogs. That's what you have to do. No, you must. Another dog.
It's the last thing you should be telling me.
Why? He can never be replaced, but he can mend your broken heart and soothe your sore soul.
So what's the Chickpea? I don't want to have this argument. I'm scared I'm going to get in trouble. But what's the difference between a large breed dog? This is going to sound so horrible. I'm just doing it for the philosophical argument.
Yeah.
But what is the difference between a large breed dog and a Down syndrome child?
Well, I hate to say it, but I prefer animals to people. I know that's very wrong of me, but I prefer them. It's 72 years of life have done this to me. I wasn't always like this.
Be careful what you say, please.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm not trying to equate the two. I'm trying to say as far as a dependent. I'm trying to use an argument of a dependent and like the value of a living creature.
I thought you were going to tell some horrible joke. Okay.
No. It's not a joke. I'm trying to create a philosophical argument about dependency and living creatures, and we make an excuse for a large breed dog. Apparently, it seems to be we would make it a special exception for a large breed dog, but not one of our own race. It seems interesting to me as far as the philosophical argument goes.
That's how far I've been pushed. I've been pushed that far. I've been pushed that far. I remember when I was a little girl, and we had this terrible thing in the UK called the Aberfan disaster. It happened when I was a little girl. And I remember being heartbroken. That's how it was when I was little. But over the years, I've just hardened and hardened horribly. It's happened to me. I can't help what happens. I've become so disenchanted. I've spent too long in the animal rights movement. I've seen what us humans do. And quite frankly, I'm sick of it all. Sick to death.
Thank you for your honesty. I think that's probably, that's very honest what you said. And
no, it's gone in me. It's been destroyed. I wasn't like this when I was a little girl, and I wasn't.
The reason why I use this argument is because I considered my dog my child. So I tried to think of a situation that you guys were talking about, eugenics, where as in you had a child that was somewhat of a burden. And I honestly thought of this as my child, more than my child. I would say my best friend as well.
Yeah, of course.
And I think there's an argument made there about what is a burden and what isn't a burden, especially when you're considering your own race and your own fruit of your own loins. There should be an argument there, I think.
Well, I've never had any children, so I don't know. And I'm very grateful to live in the world.
I haven't either, so I should say we're in union on that. So.
Yeah, I'm so grateful to have lived in that world because I wouldn't be a very good mother, I don't think. It's been destroyed in me. I come from a very, very troubled background, and that's all been destroyed. But at least I know it, so I've always acted on it and made sure I didn't get into that situation, where I'd have a child. So I do know. But yeah, it's happened. I would never hurt a child. I'm always nice to them. They do like me. I'm always being stared at by children and waved at and stupid things, but I'm glad I never had to have one. I'm grateful to live in a world where we had abortion on demand, because quite frankly, I really feel for women who are forced to have children against their will. My heart breaks for them. And I'm an antinatalist, yeah.
Going back to something we were talking about earlier about like conditioning and kind of how we got here, maybe that's, part tangential of this just to get off of such a touchy thing, maybe. But I did notice that a trend in these elites that we seem to both be noticing, they are sure interested in like horse breeding and breeding of all sorts of stock.
Yes.
And I think that is a demarcator, maybe. I don't know what you would say, how you can see that this person is into that sort of thing. And I think they use that to extrapolate how to condition us as well.
Yeah, of course they do.
This is the Finding Gnosis show. If you would like to join the conversation, please click on the link below the video now.
I tell you, Lynn, have you got David Icke's latest book, The Roadmap?
No, I want to get into more. It's just all his work is so vast that
Vast, isn't it? I know. Yeah.
I know of him, and I do watch some of his videos and stuff, and I'm definitely interested more. And at first, I didn't realize, a lot of his, I was more rigid in my thinking, and I didn't try to meet in the middle with people, and I took everything they said as face value.
Yeah.
And if the less you do that and the more you open yourself up to be receptive, I found so many connections in places where I didn't think I would find them.
You know what?
So
I'm reading his latest chapter 13, Spellbound, and it says here, we are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men we have never even heard of. And that's what Edward Bernays said. You know, Edward Bernays, the guy that did all the advertising stuff in the US.
He's one of the key factors of how we got where we are right now as far as narcissistic control. He helped design the media subversion and implanting ideological essentially hijacks into our brain to get us receptive and on board with this Saturn worship, for lack of a better term. And I wanted to mention him actually because we were talking about how Hitler became so powerful and he used radio, but Edward Bernays learned from that event and he saw that what was done with radio and he applied it to TV and he extrapolated out.
Oh, thank you so much, because I've had this chat on here before and I was saying that the TV has done more to harm society than anything else. And I can remember when I was young, for me, it was a sexual revolution. I was around in the early 60s. And we were all turned into little sluts because we were told free sex was great, great, great.
Yep.
And we all fell for it.
That is all, if you look at it, the core of that is always directly tied to narcissism. It's getting you receptive to be used by the narcissist, essentially. But I want you to know that this whole thing is happening again. It's happening right now through the internet, especially through AI. The AI is going to be just comparatively, it's going to be the ultimate form of this thing. It's going to be even more scary than the radio and more scary than TV. I honestly don't think we're going to be able to stop it. But we need to at least be able to talk about it if we have any hope, essentially.
So what's your take on the mark of the beast, Linlow? What's your take on that?
I think that I don't. So I would say, man, I was on yesterday, and there's some context here.
Yeah.
I don't consider myself a super theist. I've kind of flip-flopped between agnostic atheist and agnostic theist, which is a very loose position. But I myself don't put much weight into like metaphysical like predictiveness. Like I don't think the Bible actually predicted anything. What I think it is narcissists alive right now subjectively using the systems that were already built by the Bible to step in and say, I am this thing and I will carry out this thing as a grandiose play, essentially.
Yes, that's just it. But that doesn't matter because, time is linear. And I think that maybe that guy sitting in that cave could just see 2,000 years ahead for some scary reason. But you know what?
Either way, it works. I think that I don't think we need to sit here and question. I'm willing to agree that there may be something more at play here. I think what's more important is that we're in it now, essentially.
Yes, we're in it.
And they do repeat. You're right. They do repeat.
But are you going to take that, Mark? Because I've already decided I'm not doing it, so my days are numbered anyway.
I won't. I just don't know what resistance will look like. I don't have any children.
It will mean your death.
It depends on how old I am. I haven't taken any vaccine. I would.
No,
I might. I might. Oh no, I know that. I'm just saying. So far, I haven't given in. So far, I've moved to actually remove myself from any AI dependence. I actually barely use the internet. That's why I won't go on X. So I'm just saying whether I'm going to want to die or not. I might. To be honest, I've just never been faced with such a thing. It depends on where I am in my life. I have like maybe one or two dependents, but I think I would do everything ahead of time to get myself out of the situation where I didn't have to make that decision. Actually, Schopenhauer talks about stuff like this.
Yes, I know.
Like a wise man would plan accordingly and plan ahead and move in darkness if they were going to try to escape this before and just... I have the luxury of not being in a large city, and it's going to
Oh,
hit the
lucky
large
you.
cities first. And if I see it start
Yes.
happening there, I'm going to just run as far and as
Yeah.
fast as I can.
Lucky you.
So that is a luxury I have, but this is what I'm trying to say. I do have options to try to. I'm leaning into mobility essentially as one of my options, and I will run. And if they somehow catch me and try to pin me down, then I guess I would try to fight the robots essentially. But if it's a human, I wouldn't kill a human. I don't think. I'd probably just kill myself instead. I'm hoping it's robots. If it's robots, we should just fight the robots, to be completely honest. I think that would be kind of fun, to be honest, to take some baseball bats to these stupid, robots that they're building. But that's my take on it.
Oh, right. Because I believe it, and I've already decided I'm not doing it, and I'm terrified, absolutely petrified. But yeah, I will take my cats to the vet, give them a nice death, and then I will just take myself off to a bridge somewhere and hide under the bridge and watch the show, I guess. Which, yeah, I'm one of these weirdos that believes it, and I've believed it now for 35 years. I believe it 100%, and I believe I will see it. That's why I come here, because you can meet weird people here, and whenever I hear anybody weird talking, I jump on, because no one else in the world believes it. Yeah, here you get close, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just here's the thing is, this is the thing is, whenever you present something like that, you say the mark of the beast. Like I can translate that into my head, and I can say that something like that could come about. It doesn't have to be like a rigid thought pattern to say, like, oh, they're gonna carve 666 in your head. Like you said, it will likely be a chip. Obviously, we kind of know that, But how do I say this? I don't even know. I'm kind of losing my train of thought, I guess. But what I'm trying to say is, I don't know what it is, but we'll definitely know at the time, And I think being open to talk about this stuff is more important, so we can find Gnosis, essentially, So.
Yeah. But to me it's as clear as day. I don't know why people don't see it. To me, it's as clear as day. But then I am a little Bible freak. When I was a young teenager, I was an absolute Bible freak. I was.
So Chickpea, in this, as you say, it's clear as day. I agree, and there's the people who say it's clear as day. There seems to be two kind of ideas going forward, that either the old world order is somehow going to retain power, or that the new world order is going to, and the new world order being like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, essentially, right?
AI. Silicon
Correct.
Valley, yes, that's what it is. That's what is coming to us, and I don't want to be part of it.
Correct, I agree. I see Elon Musk and Peter Thiel as the leaders of the New World Order, and the Old World Order is essentially what counts are on CFR and stuff like that, and like what's that, Bilderberg? I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. The old guys, basically.
The old guys, yeah.
Yeah, and those guys are going to die as much as they're trying to hold on in their Saturn worship and eating the young and getting heart replacements.
Yeah,
they're going to die, and our new overlords are going to be Elon and Peter Thiel, whether we like it or not. So
that's what I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just how this whole thing is going to go down, and who knows? But it's looking that way,
Yeah.
So.
I believe AI is the last revolution we're going to be having. We've had all the agricultural revolution and the this and the that and everything else. This is the last one, the last calling point. They've got us. It terrifies me.
Yeah. So what you need to ask yourself is, do you want Elon Musk and Peter Thiel in charge of your future? I don't. That's just my opinion. I think, maybe they're the lesser of two evils comparatively, and it is, a movement as far as, I would still call it Saturn worship, just a different form, but it is a replacing of Saturn or something. I don't know. I think Ragnarok could probably explain that further.
Yeah.
I'm just so glad that we're finding middle grounds here, Chickpea, and that you found a middle ground with him, and that you can laugh. It's nice to hear you laugh, and this has been fun. And I'm glad I've been received well, because I was quite nervous about that. And I don't mean to step on anybody's toes. I'm sorry I said something wrong earlier and whatnot. It honestly was a mistake. So
We have terrible rows on here sometimes, real whoppers. Shocking. Yeah.
Honestly, I used to be a very angry person, and it sometimes can come out of me. Technically, if you believe in the stuff, I am a Gemini. So as nice as I am now, there's another side of me that isn't quite as nice. But yeah, as I've gotten older, I don't know. I've just gotten a lot more calm and a lot more willing and to negotiate and admit my own narcissism, essentially.
I'm a grumpy crab, and I can get quite nasty.
I think you've been not too bad today. I know what you're saying, but I think you've been pretty nice today, and I like hearing you laugh. So.
Yeah, I don't laugh very often nowadays. So I suffer very badly from depression, and I've had it all my life, even when I was young. So, it's very hard for me to be positive. Yeah, it's the way things are. I've got clinical depression, yeah.
I can see a lot of people having that for sure, especially how secluded our society is now. We have no communal ties. Yeah. Even if you wanted a community, you couldn't find one. Like they wouldn't trust you. It just would be weird. It's just weird,
Weird, isn't it? It's ever so strange now.
That's why so many of these narcissists and stuff turn to Wiccan and witchcraft, because it's a community and feels like this secret little club that they found, and they're finally accepted and all this stuff. And it's all reinforced in multiple layers and in multiple ways. That's why, there's a lot against us here. So don't be surprised if you're a little depressed sometimes.
A little.
Yeah.
I have real whoppers.
Yeah. And another thing is just with the state of the world, it's just keeping track with the news and everything. I guess the Germans have a term for this. It's called world pain. I don't know what it actually is, but certain languages and certain groups of people have different names for different things, and there's this thing called world pain where you actually feel like an empathetic person will feel the pain of the world by just knowing that these things are out there. Yeah, I totally see it. Yeah. I mean, and I've transitioned from being a lot more narcissistic to being more empathetic. I always had the empathetic side in me, but it was like the two wolves battling, essentially. And the world always wants to reward the negative one. I've not been rewarded for fighting against it, believe me.
Yeah, that's nice.
And you got to understand that it's very easy for young men who have narcissistic leanings to just fall into it and not ever ask why. You can go 80 years of existence without ever asking why, especially when it's continually rewarded. And people are taught to be lazy thinkers, lazy engagement, and just keep your head down and take things, and be happy with what you got. And it takes a certain type of person to see things for what they really are and kind of break out of the comfortable like just leave me alone and I'll be happy and stay comfortable type of thing. If you're being left alone and you're comfortable, there's no incentive to go and look for any problems. You see what I'm saying? But that might be the time you need to look for the most problem, because how did you get there? Somebody might have, you get what I'm saying? There's more at play here. Like, why is it so quiet? Am I in the middle of the storm, or like what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
But that's how you get destabilized and you get into, anxiety about okay, things are good now. Are they going to stay good? Or, even when things are good, it seems like they're tough. So.
Yeah, I don't have a bad life. I just don't like what I see. I don't like we do the animal kingdom, and it just breaks my heart. It does.
Yeah, I agree. Did you hear about the beagles in the USA too?
Oh God, yes, I know. There's 50. Managed to save some, but there's still 700 left, isn't there?
That is, I can't even believe it, man. I don't even know.
Heartbreaking. It's so tough. And they're such sweet, sweet creatures, and we treat them like shit.
Yeah.
And it really makes.
This is what I mean. Like we don't have the resources to care for people who need it, but we have the resources to build these giant compounds, which are torture factories. It's kind of funny, right?
It makes me sick.
And now look at AI. Somehow we have all the money to build every giant AI complex the size of a city. All this money came out of nowhere, but there's no money to care for the children. There's no money to properly care for and create communities. That just doesn't exist.
Yeah,
because we're Saturn worshippers. It's like obvious.
It's true. I agree with it's true. I agree with everything you say. That's why I'm so unhappy here, because I look around me and I don't know what to make of it anymore. And I don't just. But what we do to animals, mate, it just breaks my heart. I don't know. I just think it's so wrong, and I just don't understand that we have a God that allows it. Because if
I
I was in
agree.
charge,
I mean, I want to be honest, Chick B. I am not a vegan, and I want to let you know that in case you want to try to convince me. Just to be completely honest with you, but in my ideal world, I would. I don't know. This is such a far-fetched like delusion, but I picture like people just having a little farm in their community with their own beef that is like almost like a pet, and that it's well cared for, and you actually make sure that that thing is not being abused, and it's more of like returning to an old ways.
well, that's how
Essentially,
life used to be, but it's not
yes,
like that anymore. Hasn't been for a long time.
yes,
That's I mean, I don't like meat anyway. I don't like the smell. I don't like the taste. I've been like that since I was a little girl. I started my nonsense young, but yeah, it's yeah.
yeah. That's how things used to be, and what we mean by used to be, we mean it used to be that way before the Saturn worshippers took over society.
Yeah.
And turned everything into a bacchanalian carnal, like, is consumed. I don't even.
Yeah, it's a horror story, absolute horror story, and it just really, I don't know what to make of it anymore. None of it. I just don't understand. I'm very anti, very, very anti. Yes, I'm afraid I won't go live in a Garden of Eden, just eat the apples from the trees. That'll do me fine. But yes.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you something, I'm 71 years old, and I've been a vegan. I started my vegan journey when I was 7. I was a little girl, and I did what as much as I could until when I was sitting there, I left home, and I was in charge of what I ate. I'm still here, so
Nice.
Yeah, still here, still eating my nuts and seeds.
Yeah, I mentioned a few times I'm interested in Sikhism, and a lot of Sikhism, a lot of Sikhs are vegan. That's like kind of down the line in Sikhism. So I definitely strongly had it on my mind, and I do admit that what we do is torture, and then I'm essentially eating tortured animals and stuff like that, and it breaks my heart, to be completely honest.
It's got a horrible energy. It amazes me people don't see that negative energy, because I saw that when I was a little girl. I remember seeing that dead hen on the middle of the table, and I saw the negative energy in it. I could just sense it. I've always seen it. It's a bit weird like that, I think.
Yeah, I think it also comes with enlightenment, like knowing what's behind the curtain, and knowing what actually goes on. And if you get exposed to that earlier on, then for longer, essentially. And some people just keep their head buried and they don't want to know.
Yeah, don't want to know. They just don't want to know, which is why I get so angry, because I used to go out demonstrating and stuff, and people aren't interested. They just don't want to know. And it can get quite nasty with it, which is why I have these hissy fits on here every now and again. I'm bloody mad, actually.
Yeah, actually, that's funny, because I tried to bring this up the other day, that there's this idea that in finding Gnosis, it comes through trial. It comes through like trial by fire, essentially. Like you have to essentially break in some way to rebuild your ideas, but that happens when you engage with other people as well.
Yeah.
Especially when you engage with other people, they don't receive enlightenment readily, and they resist it. This is actually depicted in the movie They Live.
Oh yeah, yes, I know that one. Yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning where they have to fight to put the glasses on. Actually, Slavoj Zizek, this philosopher, does an analysis of that movie and the ideologies behind it. And he talks about how enlightenment often, almost every time, comes through this struggle process. And if you really care about somebody, that's when you invest the time in struggling with them to bring them to enlightenment.
Yes.
Because you got to picture somebody who is like flailing about and they don't know what's going on. They can drag you down with them, picture a drowning person. So you are risking yourself by engaging with that person to bring them enlightenment. And these people obviously don't see it that way. This is a little bit complex, thinking, but to the person bringing enlightenment to another person who gets attacked is suffering like the slings of arrows, and they're doing a good thing, and they look like they're doing a bad thing by all involved, and they get the punishment, and usually it doesn't even work. You know what I'm saying? So
no, tell me about it. I do know.
yeah, and then the hope is that you'll just keep fighting that battle, and then it finally gets through to somebody. And I've had a similar thing with family members and close people in my life, and not many people get it, but the ones that do, once they get it, they don't lose it. You know what I mean? It's like you're good after that, basically, I guess. But anyway,
They don't tell me about it.
there's very few and far between. That what I mean is like you'll become lifelong friends or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I haven't achieved it. I must admit.
Yeah, I would say it's very rare.
Yes, it's very rare indeed. Yeah, now I just have fights. I come on here. I've had quite a few hissy fights on here. Really. But you should get the roadmap. I tell you, I don't know where he gets all this information from, or how he stores it all in his brain. But this is a very good book, but it's very, very heavy duty. Even though I must admit it's a very heavy duty book, but it's worth owning.
Oh, Chickpea, have you ever heard of Leo Zagami?
Leo Zagami, probably no.
He's kind of in the same circles. I did recently get a book from him called let me see. I think it's
God, you type fast.
Oh, now you distracted me.
Oh, sorry.
now I'm distracted. Hold on. I can't remember the name now. Oh, okay. Here it is. Okay, it's called Exposing Jeffrey Epstein, The Rise and Fall of a Frankist Monster and Sabbatean Frankist Legacy.
Yeah. David Icke, right? Sorry.
Wait, is this the one? I think this is another book. Sorry, I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm back. It's a similar book. I guess a lot of people are writing about this now. Sorry. It's called The Rise and Fall of a Frankist Monster, Exposing Jeffrey Epstein, the most powerful, I don't want to say, religious sect in the world.
Yeah.
This is by a guy named Leo Zagami.
Yeah.
He's been featured in a lot of the same circles, and he is, I guess, he claims to be like a turncoat. Like he was like a 33rd plus degree Mason, and was in with the Illuminati, and now he's exposing them essentially.
Yeah.
And he essentially lays out the timeline from sort of like Jacobin Frankism to all the way up to Epstein, like how we got here essentially. And he has firsthand knowledge essentially.
Yeah.
So it's not, like you were just saying, like I wonder how he gets all this knowledge. I'm sure that what was his name? Oh geez. The
David
lizard
Icke.
guy. Yeah, David Icke. I'm sure that David Icke has a lot of friends like this guy, essentially, who have firsthand knowledge and are essentially like turncoats and give him insider knowledge.
Yeah,
really going on,
he does say that. He does say that. We never gives their names though. But I don't know how he manages to process it all. I just don't know. Because I tell you, it's heavy duty. It's 550 pages long. Incredible. I don't know where he gets all the... but he was writing about Epstein over 12 years ago. I've got a book. I've got all his books. And he was writing about it a long, long time ago. About all that's going on. And he also writes about Palantir. And what's going on with them. That's rather scary. And all the other weird things. I'm back in David Icke boat. Grumps. Sorry, I called G&W Grumps.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that David Icke book's worth having. Now buy it for yourself, because I tell you something, it's worth having. I have to say.
Yeah, I'm going to try to look it up.
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look it up right
worth
now.
having. Yeah. Escaping the maze of madness, and it is a maze of madness.
Sorry, what was the title again? David Icke.
Roadmap.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and he writes about the Saturn thing.
Okay.
All
cool.
of stuff about that. He writes about 20 different things on Saturn: archons, demons, astrology, black association, black sun symbols, chakras, Christianity, all of it. I don't know how he does it all. Yaldabaoth. I don't know how he keeps it all in his head.
Oh yeah, Yaldabaoth is the demiurge, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I would say he's neurodivergent, is one guess, but just to give
And
him...
he writes all about Gnosis and the light and the dark and the archons and everybody else that gets involved in the whole thing, the checkpoint. That that apparently when we die, we go through a checkpoint.
Yeah.
Like, Checkpoint Charlie type of thing.
So I would say, sorry, if I were to like talk about that, I would say the monad is the most important thing to study and learn about, because that's what you're trying to return to in Gnosis. So that's why I'm a firm believer in seeing the monad as eternal. If you can wrap your head around eternity, then you will eventually merge back no matter what you do. You could fail a million times, and then one time, just by failing, fail upwards and get it right and somehow make it there. So in my eyes, that's more important, the fact that I know I will return back to the monad if you are a believer in this. And it doesn't matter if an archon tricks me, because it's only a temporary trick. If you keep...
Bloody long trick though, isn't it? 78.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's fun, but what I'm trying to say is, if you keep the knowledge of the monad, that is the most important thing, because every decision you make will lead you back to the monad. So all of their tricks will be better, will be better faced by you if you keep that in mind. And that's the thing I worry about most, is losing track of what you're trying to get back to.
Yeah.
And that is the biggest trick they're going to trick you, is so you always need to be thinking of the monad. This is what I feel like you should do if you want to return back to, is like, what is the monad? How do I get studying the monad? How do I get back there? Ooh. Don't listen to messengers that come in between you and the monad, because that is the first order of tricking you. Yeah. Always return back to the monad. The monad is I believe it's within all of us to find the way back to the monad. Yes. And I ideally think we should be able to find the way back in our lifetime, that the conditions are somehow given to us, even if we only live like 5 years. I hope, and I'm not saying I know this, but I hope that it is exposed in some way that you can find your way back to the monad in that time. I don't know if it's true, but what I would say is, you need to know what's going on, and it needs to be revealed to you, and you need to know what decisions to go towards, essentially, if you're ever going to make it back there. And you should always return to that idea of, this is where I'm trying to get. Any messenger could be giving me the wrong message, and is likely to give me the wrong message, because they're all flawed. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's my take on that.
Back in the 80s, I went to see hypnotherapists, late 1980s, to try and stop smoking. Anyway, I didn't stop smoking. Instead, I discovered, to my utter horror, that I actually existed in another dimension. It was a blue dimension before entering this poop hole. And I actually, in this thing that I recalled, I actually witnessed my own conception, and I witnessed my features growing, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, the forehead began to cave in, so I put my hand out. It wasn't something I recognized, and put a V on the forehead of this fetus. And then I went into it, but I was born with a big red V on my forehead, and there was no medical reason for it. It was just there. Big red V. And my mother confirmed it.
You said you had a memory of it, you said?
No, it was...
a regression?
I discovered through hypnosis. Through hypnosis.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. So this is something I actually wanted to talk about. This goes into a lot of this stuff. I mentioned the schizotypes. We can get in that further, but one of the schizotypes is the psychonaut, and it's people who take psychedelics to induce, to basically lift the veil. Between, whatever, basically to better understand our existence, I would kind of describe it. But the reason why I mention it is because there's this whole element of 1, psychedelics, 2, near-death experiences, 3, hypnosis, 4, meditation, all these induced states that seem to all sort of point in a similar direction. Not I shouldn't
Hello?
say, not
Yeah.
always, but there seems to be super similar stories between all of those things. We can also talk about schizophrenia in this. It's a very similar thing. And I believe I found a link to all of those things, and I believe like that's what happens when we essentially go through hypnosis, is we are inducing that state. Essentially, we are essentially getting in touch with like a DMT type part of our brain. Some call it the pineal gland.
Yeah.
Some describe it as like aligning the chakras and all this. There's all different ways to describe it. That's why I say, like, how do I say this? The main thing is to be a learner and to be receptive. If you start out receptive, there's many ways to induce a state of further learning, like deeper learning, essentially. You could do it through hypnosis. You could do it through meditation. There's really different strokes for different folks. There's also a thing called active meditation. So people think like meditation is only sitting still, but for a lot of ADHD people, we get into like a flow state where we have to be doing something to meditate. And as we do things, we find ourselves drifting off as almost like a dissociative state. And it's more comfortable for people who have ADHD to in that way. That's why you have people who have like restless leg syndrome and stuff like that, because it's a soothing, like essentially mechanism. Anyways, what do you think about all that? I kind of ran
Yeah,
out.
wow. I'll tell you, but and plus all, he also, this hypnotist also dragged out my entire childhood from, we block things out in our first 7 years of life. It's all this stuff came flooding back to me. And I had a breakdown basically and ended up in hospital having ECTs to try and pull me back into reality because I completely broke down because of it all. Yeah. But my mother did confirm me. She said, you were born. She went green almost. Yeah.
So I would ask you, in that process of having, you said you kind of broke down. After your breakdown, did you feel in any way a process of a rebuilding, like you somehow felt like pieces fit together better afterwards?
It took me a long, long time to get over it, a heck of a long time. And when I got over it all, I developed rheumatoid arthritis, so I don't know what's happening there, which sort of changed my whole life. And I had to leave the treadmill, and I've just been reading books ever since and just pottering around with a load of animals. I've had a really weird life. It's strange. I don't think I've been entirely free to choose what I wanted to do. I think somehow, like when I was in my early 20s, I was working in Berlin, and one night I nearly set my flat on fire. Anyway, I'd unplugged my phone. The phone rang to say, get out of bed and go to the kitchen. The place was going to go up in flames if I didn't turn the hot plate off, because it was only a crappy little flat. But the phone was unplugged. So there's something weird about my life. Something doesn't quite add up. But yeah, I'm here against my will. That's for sure. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you mentioned a sort of like precognition thing, like where you kind of had a feeling and then it happened.
I know. Yeah, there's something not right about my life, and I don't fit in.
I've had deja vu ever since I was a kid. I think a lot of people have that. It's a little different though. Like you'll see something, you'll be like, I've done this before. I swear to God.
Yes, I like that.
Yeah. And it's so strange.
Yes.
But I think one of the links is to what I was talking about, the DMT and the pineal gland. I think that is, because it especially happened more when I was a kid.
Yes.
And I think at that age, your brain is so active and so growing and building all these networks that's when you're more in touch with your pineal gland, essentially. And it does, I guess people say it calcifies, but it does change throughout your life. And what I was hinting at is people who have like near-death experiences or take psychedelics, they often say it's a profound experience where they feel that things will make a lot more sense afterwards. And I kind of think that what it is it's our brain essentially getting us back in touch with the pineal gland or that DMT chemical. And that chemical is there essentially to give us the ability to reset our brain under extreme duress Actually, MK Ultra knows all this shit.
Yes, I
Sorry,
know.
just
That's
swore.
why they put fluoride in our water.
Yeah, they ran tests on all this, and they tried to break people's psyche down so that they could turn their brain into a blank slate.
Yes.
They've ran tests on all of this, so this isn't
Yes.
me revealing it.
No,
This
no,
is
I've
all
heard about
already
it.
known. But what I'm trying to say is that that's why I can say that. But the missing link is all of these things are connected. So near-death experience, psychedelics, deep meditative states, they're all basically getting you in touch with that DMT process, that chemical. So that's why, for me, to be honest, psychedelics is the thing that did it for me. And I didn't take them until pretty much halfway through my life. And I took them to try to understand this world. I told myself I would never take them unless I was pretty sure I was going to die. And I kind of was pretty sure that as time. But I also think I'm probably going to die based on the state of the world, essentially. So I don't really see a better time. But just doing that based on all my other philosophical and psychological endeavors beforehand, literally taking psychedelics connected like 1,000 different neurons in my head that never would have found a connection otherwise. And what it was this process. It could have been a near-death experience for all I know. It could have been a deep meditative process, but for me, that's what it was. And it was transformative for me, where afterwards I knew I felt different. I couldn't quite explain it other than what I'm trying to describe here, that it kind of rewired my brain. And I found all these missing pieces, but it felt like kind of like deja vu too. Like, of course, all these things, it just felt like you just know all these things fit together. There's no doubt in your mind. And actually, there's this weird thing. People who do trip, there's like a saying. I think it's something like everything is trippy when you trip or something. Because the first time I tripped, like the most insane things happened. Like I couldn't even explain them, even if I wasn't tripping. And that's something other people say, and that goes into intent, like how we kind of make our reality. I would have never experienced anything like that if I didn't trip. It was the whole time I was tripping, like 4 or 5, maybe even 6, like insane synchronicities happened. This is something I can't describe, okay? Like I said, a near-death experience is hard for people to describe. So these things, I believe, are somehow connected to that pineal gland and or DMT, and they're there for a reason, and they've been taken away from us for a reason. Actually, psychedelics are talked about in all religions, even Christianity, old scripts. You can see psilocybin mushroom drew on old scripts with Jesus and everything. You can find all this stuff. And they were trying to show you that these are the way we know these answers. This is one of the things we did to find these answers. And it's also to show people who are on this path, if you want to test these answers, this is where you go if you need a little bit of help, basically. And sum it up, like I was saying, there's a subset of schizotype of people who find answers through being a psychonaut. There's all different types of schizotype of people. There's a really great video on this. I put it in the back chat. We don't need to share it. You guys can search for it, but and that's how I've been able to like kind of find a meeting place like between, let's say, Ragnarok and what he was saying about his ancestor engagements, because that is presented there. And this is, like I said, emergent. These are things that like Zoomers are actually kind of creating these terms and stuff, to be honest. They are pushing this field forward, believe it or not. These terms are giving it a name by them, essentially. That's why it's kind of hard for us to understand that it's actually out there, but they're starting to coalesce, and some people are starting to understand and give it names. So there's like 8 kind of types, general types. There's like the Etsy witch, they call it. These are like esoteric, like people who are weird and on the fringe of the society who see different patterns. They kind of have different ways of seeing the patterns, but we all are kind of seeing the same thing. Like the Gnostics are on that chart as well. And there's like there's like the people who are like Nordics. They're like really into like runes and stuff like that, and like Celtic and like blue paint and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I'm doing it a disservice, but there's people who are, essentially, into transhumanism, I think is another one. I don't know, but I'm even into transhumanism. I used to be super into it when I was an atheist. It's just the more somewhat theist I become, I'm more okay with not existing, essentially. So
I'd love to not exist. I would love it. That's what I'm hoping for, to break free from existence.
Yeah.
I'd like to just not exist. I don't know how I came to exist anyway. I don't know who had the right to make me exist. Still, that's life, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely felt that way before in my life. And I know what you mean. Like, it's not a choice you get to make, and you don't get to choose the day you die, and you don't get to choose the suffering and all that. And honestly, though, I would rather have something rather than nothing. And
Yeah, right.
I mean, that kind of sounds naive, to be honest. I know that, but
Have you read the work of David Benatar?
no. Sorry.
Oh, it'd be better to never have been. He talks about all this.
Yeah, I have explored these ideas, especially when I was deep into atheism, and I was pretty much okay with not existing. I understand, like, there's no pain, there's no nothing, and it's like before you were born. I get that part. It's just as I've explored these topics, I actually think it's actually something, whether you like it or not, it's more of something I was trying to describe before, like a returning to the monad. I think that it's either one or the other. It's either like you went before you were born, or you're eventually going to merge back with the monad. And if it is emerging back with the monad, then you're going to do that for eternity, essentially.
Right.
In my theory, if there is an eternity to be had, we are in it, and there's no choice whether you get to be a part of it or not. It's just how you are a part of it is kind of what changes, essentially, in my eyes. That's the big question, whether we are in an eternity or not, essentially. I think if we are, it's a clear sign that we are eternal beings as well, and we are part of the eternity, and that it's just the way you exist changes.
I wonder how we came into this eternity thing, because I don't think I would have asked for this.
So I can give you a concept. So let's say you were in the monad. Think of the way all the other things left the monad in Gnosticism. Think of the way Sophia left the monad.
Yes.
Think of the way even Christ was supposed to be from the monad.
Yeah.
So they chose at some point to come down here for a reason, okay? Maybe you chose, and just the way the mechanics of this thing...
I have often thought, I'll tell you something weird, I've often thought I came down just to see the end game, and I believe the end game to be the mark. That's what I believe.
That could be the end.
That's going to be my death.
Your answer could be that simple. Coming down here and living an 80-year life could be like a vacation for you if you are merged with the monad. You could just be like, yeah, sure, I'll go down and watch the end of the world. Yeah, why not? It's like a fireworks show. Who cares? I've done this 100 times. It's just like going to the beach. You get what I'm saying? If you are in an eternity, you would ask for stuff like this to go do for 80 years. You'd be like... You're like, I've been sitting here hanging out in bliss. I'm going to go do something else it's only 80 years. You know what I'm saying?
I've often thought maybe I'm here on some sort of crazy sightseeing tour to see literally that Mark of the Beast nonsense.
It could be that simple, dude. Why? It could be that simple. What if the monad said, hey, you're sitting here bored. You're in too much bliss. You want something to do. This will give you a good laugh. You can sit there and you can hang out with your cats for 80 years. When you come back, you'll be happy you're back. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you something weird, because I haven't worked since I was 40 years old. I'm now 70, so I've had 30 whole years off. And it's weird because I look upon my illness as a sort of blessing. I actually see it that way because I haven't had to work. I just live off the state, and state pays for everything for me. And it's been a bit of pain, but, that's what painkillers are for. And it does feel like that. It's really...
Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay. This place sucks. Maybe when we go home, we should find Gnosis to break out of our entrapment.
Yes, let's go on the Finding Gnosis show.
Yes, let's find meaning. Let's find Gnosis. Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay.
That was good.
Yeah. Been working busy back there, huh?
Huh? Yeah. But yeah, Linda, I've just lived for the past 30 years, barely been out, and just lived with a load of cats. That's all I've been doing.
So, I mean, I would say, it's interesting because you're kind of getting me to realize, like, I didn't have children, but that got me to see how bad other people treat their kids. I wasn't distracted trying to take care of my kids and making excuses for other bad parents. And I was able to just sit there and be like, what is going on here? You know? And
yes. Because they don't
I don't
get
know,
the time.
man.
Yeah.
It's
they
been
don't get
quite
the
a
time.
ride. And man, I don't know. I think, you know, so I'm just so glad we made a connection, Chickpea. I'm trying not to ruin it here. I want you to think of life as that if you can. Just think about it a little bit. I'm not saying that's what life is, but just say that.
No.
Let me posit to you that there may only be two states. It may only be this and pure bliss and all knowing and all understanding and no worries whatsoever.
Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay.
This place sucks. Maybe when we go home, we should try and find Gnosis to break out of our entrapment.
Yeah, it's going to a show.
Yes, let's find meaning. Let's find Gnosis. Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay.
But it is like that's funny. Where'd you get those from, D&W? Grumps.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, where'd you get them from?
I've been messing around with AI video generation. Yeah.
That's really good, isn't it?
There's a few more here. There's a few more versions. I played them all. There's 2 more.
Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay. This place sucks. Maybe when we go home, we should try and find Gnosis to break out of our entrapment.
Yes, let's go on the Finding Gnosis show. Let's find meaning. Let's find Gnosis show.
Welcome to human society. Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay. This place sucks. Maybe when we go home, we should try and find Gnosis to break out of our entrapment. Yes, let's go on the Finding Gnosis show. Yes, let's find meaning. Let's find Gnosis.
That's very good. I love it. It's true, though. Life is like that. Because that's how we're treated. Even David Wright.
They cost a little bit of money to develop, but it was worth it, wasn't it? I'll do it.
Yes,
I'll do
fabulous.
it at the beginning. Okay.
That reminds me of a show called The Good Place. I don't know if anybody saw that, but similar concept, essentially.
Welcome to human society. Enjoy your stay.
This place sucks. Maybe when we go home, we should try and find Gnosis to break out of our entrapment.
Yeah, it's going to a show.
Yes, let's find meaning. Let's find Gnosis.
But life is like that. And it is. I don't care what anyone says. That's how I see it anyway.
I didn't actually mean to press that at that time. I'm trying to move it to be one of the.
But Grumpy Gus is just the brutal truth. It is. Just the grim, brutal truth. Hello?
Sorry, I'm here.
Just talking.
I'm here, sorry.
It's just the brutal, grim, brutal truth. It is.
What's that, the puppet strings?
Yeah, we are. We're like little puppets and strings. I mean, let's face it. When you work in an office, and in the corporation, you're just a puppet on a string. You are.
Oh, certainly, yeah. I just think it's the narcissist, the ones pulling the string. I think it's actual people that exist. That's the worst part about it.
Isn't it? It's the whole structure.
Oh,
it's a pyramid.
Sure. Yes,
pyramid manipulation.
Certainly. Do you know why they worship the pyramid? The pyramid is supposed to symbolize them standing on all of our backs with them at the top.
Yeah.
So
I know. Yeah.
That's why they worship it. Every one of these people pictures themselves as the
top of the pyramid.
The top of the pyramid, and everyone else is just something to stand on to support them at the top. Just so you know, that's what you are to these people.
Yes, I know. I've known that all my life. You can feel it.
Oh, I know you know that. I'm sorry, I'm talking to the audience.
Can't you feel it? I remember when I was young and I bought my first property, and I remember thinking to myself, I've gone up one layer in the system. I remember actually thinking that to my stupid little self.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, one jump for you seems like a huge achievement, and you can lose it so easily. You can lose it in the blink of an eye, and it's nothing to these people. It's
no, of course it's not. No, it's just the pyramid of slavery. David
so I would say
a lot.
I'm just trying to think of things that go on here, since we're still riffing here. But One of my lines of work, a lot of people bring this up. This is something how I know firsthand is I was a metal worker, and
Alright.
for very rich people, I was a, I don't know, the fancy term is like an artisanal metal worker or something. And basically I made custom metal whatever for the elite, essentially, for their homes. And I didn't like get into anything crazy, but I got very candid insights into their homes while they were being built many times. And the things that were being built in these homes was enough to scare me down this path, essentially, and look further into what's actually going on. And
So what were they building?
I mean, it's the things you hear about bunkers.
I know about bunkers, yeah.
So that's what first started me down. But then I realized the other things were ceremonial.
Yes.
How do I say, infrastructure for whatever, witchcraft or what, I don't know exactly what, but I have firsthand witnessing to things that are built that could only be used for ceremonies. You think of Epstein's Island, essentially.
Yes, exactly.
You got 4 pillars next to an infinity pool.
Yes.
It's not a normal structure. It's out in the middle of nowhere kind of thing, There's something going on there. With a procession, there's no parking lot next to it. You have a ceremonial procession up to the thing and stuff. It's all designed.
It's all designed for that, yes.
That's the more esoteric stuff, but just all of it was just layers of driving home the divide that you just mentioned, how you just got your first house. And this was all as I was becoming an established man, essentially, and I had just gotten my first house. So I got to see my first house compared to this guy's 5th house, who is actually younger than me. And I had to build it for him. And be a part of it. So that's how we uphold these systems firsthand, and we get tricked into being paid for it. So I may have, who knows, I may have built some type of ceremonial infrastructure that, somebody was sacked. Who the heck knows, There's a lot of layers to it, but I just want to give a firsthand example.
33 of them. 33 layers.
But through that, one of the biggest things I learned was this gap divide, okay? And that's what I was talking about with the houses. And I used the price of this person's house as a comparative to the price of my house. And I don't want to give too much away here, but if this is just one indicator people could use as a barometer of the gap that exists.
It's huge.
It's astronomical, and these are, like, if you go on Zillow, you can go anywhere to the most elite locations in the world, and you can find the prices of these houses. You can do your own research. You can actually find pictures, and sometimes maybe even other things. I'm not sure, but what I'm trying to say is you can build your own case here, and you could say, why does somebody need, let's say, a house that costs $40 million just to build, not like on the market. You know what I mean?
No.
And that's like their 5th house. And then, so that alone is scary to me. But if you want to talk about like, we're talking about bunkers, like these houses have generators, the same generators they use for hospitals. And they're in hardened shells. They're underground in hardened shells with, reinforced gates and all the and the reason why is because essentially no roving bands are going to go house to house and go digging down, and they just assume that, like, there's not going to be anybody left to go find them afterwards. So they just put it in their vacation homes. They probably got one of these in every one of their homes, you know what I'm saying?
Of course they have.
But what I'm saying is, like, the gap of infrastructure. Like, I might have a generator for my house that I got at the hardware store for $500. They have a generator that can literally keep the whole city. One of their houses could feed the whole city for a month just on the stored fuel they have and save lives if the power ever went out. But you think, no, the hospital needs its own generator. We can't have their generator feed the hospital for the masses. That's just their generator. So we could actually build an empathetic system where they could have their cake and eat it too.
That's life.
Yeah, but that's not what was created. So they get a generator that can power a hospital. You are lucky if you get a $400 jobby that you're from down the street. and we just see who gets, comes out on top. I wonder who it's going to be. I don't know.
Exactly, but that's how it's always been. It's how it is. It's always been the same. The rich always survive, only the poor get. You know what? During the Second World War, right? London, they bombed the shit out of the East End, completely shattered it. They had one little bomb that hit a stable of Buckingham Palace, and the silly bitch Queen said, "Oh, I'm so glad we've been hit at long last." That was deliberate, to bomb a stable. But the West End, they didn't touch where all the rich live. Didn't touch it. It says it all, really. Even that Second World War was just one big scam from beginning to end. And it was. Yeah. And they did the same in Europe. They didn't bomb the properties of the wealthy elites. They just bombed where the proletariat lived. They know exactly what they're doing, even though all the lights are switched off and all the rest of it. And you know what? During the Second World War, I don't know if you know this or not, but the British Army was headed by a German aristocrat, and so was the British Navy, headed by a German aristocrat. And we were supposedly at war with the Germans. It's an absolute joke.
Yeah, and that's all obviously
joke. Unbelievable.
Illuminati, direct ties, and
yes, yeah,
Saturn worship and all that.
Yes,
and you can actually track all this stuff. There's literal. I mean, I know you know this, but I'm just trying to tell anybody who's listening. There's literal books tracking it all the way from Jacob Frank to Sabbatean Frank and Sabotage Zevi and all that, and you can literally. I've
got most of them.
The reason why it was hidden was because nobody had the means to go find it before. You have the means to go find this stuff at this point if you want to go find it. It's not so much hidden now; it's hidden for lack of effort. If you don't get off your butt and go try to find the answers, you're not really looking because all the connections are there as far as this goes. But.
It's also, do you know in black magic, which is what they practice, it is a part of black magic to actually inform your victims of what you're planning to do to them.
Oh yeah, like revelation of the method or whatever. I think.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually that's how black magic works.
So
the more informed your victim is, the stronger the spell is. That's how crazy it all is. So you can't win.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that goes into learned helplessness. That's conditioning.
You can't win no matter what you do because it's black magic.
Yeah. And going back to what Ragnarok was talking about as far as witchcraft goes, witchcraft certainly does exist.
It does exist. Wow, it exists.
Yes, it certainly does exist, but what it is a lot more complex than what it appears on the surface. There's layers to this.
Yeah.
There's also there's like types of witches that are just like they don't even know what they're getting into. They call them like kind of like the Etsy witch.
I did it once.
Yeah,
I've done it to somebody.
Exactly. There's a lot of it's very popular in women, I guess, and they don't know what they're supporting.
Yeah.
And if they did, they probably wouldn't be doing it.
No.
And that's how this thing is. That's just one layer of this. It's super complex. So
yes,
when you start looking into actual witchcraft, there's so many different sects. There's so many different ways to approach it. There's some that feel like they're doing battle against the others, like white witch, black witch, but really they're all supporting the same thing. They're just confused. They don't know that they're supporting the same thing. They think that it's decompartmentalized, but it really all supports the big picture of witchcraft, essentially.
Yeah, witchcraft exists. I tried it once and it started working. I stopped as soon as I saw it work, but I set a spell on somebody once in the workplace. And I carried on it was a love spell, and I did it for 4 days. Then I noticed this guy was constantly hanging around my desk. And I stopped. What? You know about
something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what is happening to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. Live. Open panel.
Beautiful owl. Look at it. I love owls.
I'm going to redo that one.
But yeah, Linda, I set the spell on this work colleague, and after 4 days, it started haunting me around my desk, and I stopped my spell instantly because I didn't think it would actually work, but it was working.
That's hilarious.
It was a love spell. Yeah.
I personally, I don't think it I don't put much into it. I think more so it's that weird intent thing, you know. I don't think it's. I understand how people do see results, and I understand how they do get hooked, and I understand that they are experiencing
There's something there, definitely.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just mind power.
I've never experienced it myself, but what I'm talking about though is the fact that even if you don't believe in it or not, they believe in it, and they create systems. I shared a link in back earlier. I can share it again. They have databases now. I feel bad saying this because I like to support all religions, but we're talking about witchcraft here, and I don't mean to out these people, but they have databases of their covens. That would be fine if it was just a normal religion, right? Okay, but we're talking about witchcraft here, okay?
Yeah.
You need to understand where this comes from and what some of these people do.
Yeah.
And it goes into, you know, depraved things, man. It goes into things you wouldn't keep in public. Yeah, things you wouldn't do in public, and that's why it's hidden, essentially. And the people, I'm not saying all witches do this.
Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what is happening to us, and what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. Live. Open panel. Speak.
Where did you get the owls from, Grumps?
Oh no.
Beautiful owls.
He said live instead of live. Fuck you know. That's the problem with AI generation, you know. Oh, bollocks.
Beautiful owl.
Okay, I'm getting that Wicca is a normal religion. I said witchcraft, I didn't say Wicca, but I'm not going to, like, split hairs here. Going based on what I said earlier, I said that all religions are infiltrated by narcissists, even witchcraft, and I just said that it's not all witches that are like this, but it's all of them that support the religion by saying that they're a witch, essentially, and there's not really a sharp delineation built in to say, I am not one of them bad witches. I guess if you claim to be a white witch, that's maybe what you're saying. You're not a black witch. But it all goes in towards essentially aiding the narcissists who have taken over the religion. I stated this earlier that all religions are taken over by these narcissists. So if I'm talking about the, you know, negative side of witchcraft, I'm talking about the fact that it's been taken over by these evil people who have ill intent, and they're going to use any power structure they can get their hands on to achieve their goals, witchcraft or any other religion. So that's really what I'm talking about at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah. It's one big poop hole, all of it.
Really, it's the power structures that are at risk here. And if you have like I said, witchcraft is sort of hidden. If you have a hidden power structure, that's especially what these people love. I mean, we're talking about the Illuminati here. Like, they're secret societies. If you already have a ready-built secret society that has ideological weight behind it and happens to coincide with your Gnostic symbolism that you have plastered all over, then it's a pretty easy transition to go from, you know, sort of hidden mystic schools or whatever into witchcraft, which has already adopted a lot of the same symbols. That is one of the big problems here, is the ready adoption of all these symbols that have been co-opted and or created by this Saturn worshipers or narcissists. These people, that's why they love symbols, because we so readily just pick them up and run with them and say this symbol it represents me in some way. It represents a part of me that I want to express in the world. Does it really represent you, or does it represent this power structure that has co-opted it and has full control over it? And
something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what is happening to us, and what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. Live. Live. Open panel. Speak.
What? Do you like owls, Belinda?
Do I like owls?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like.
I love them. Oh,
I like the idea of them being wise and
gorgeous.
I go camping and hiking, and I like to hear them hooting at night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They are gorgeous creatures. Mind you, all animals are nice.
I think it's a good representation for D&W for sure.
What'd you say, brother?
I just think it's a good animal to represent you and your personification, essentially, like a wise kind of, you know, yeah, I don't know, overlord or whatever, overwatching presence, or I don't know.
I don't know about that, mate.
Sorry.
Thank you. I've just done another one here. It's cost me a lot of money to do these, but I'm gonna get it right eventually. It's really hard because when you type a word, it pronounces it in the way it wants to pronounce. So a word like live, it can pronounce as live, you know, because it's obviously, it can be pronounced like that too. So it's a bit annoying. So I'm gonna make two versions of a video. That I'm gonna make the one for the shorts and one for this, you know, landscape mode as well, so we can play it here as well. Lindo is nice to listen to, isn't he, Chickpea?
Yes, he's lovely. It's been really uplifting to have somebody, sees all the same things I see.
I think this is the
Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what is happening to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It is an open panel. Speak and listen. Join us.
Oh, got a bloody gorgeous owl.
That's all right, that one, isn't it? That's all right.
Yes. They're all good. There's nothing wrong with any of them.
Yeah, no, but some of them are, what do you call it? As I said, they don't pronounce the words properly.
Beautiful owls, though. Ugh, I'd love to have a pet owl. And a pet donkey. Some geese. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be rude here. I think you understand that I've been on for like 4 hours here, so I don't know. I think I gotta take a break. I do actually have a significant other, believe it or not. So
yeah,
what?
Lindo, they may be back on X, Lindo. So you might be able to come on that. Okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make an account and stuff. So yeah. I like supporting you, man. I really believe in what you're doing, and sorry if I ever step on your toes or I'm rude in any way. I think it's super cool.
No, man, I like you, brother. I vibe with you, man. You're a cool dude, and yeah, hit us up on X, and we can take it from there, brother. We can do the chat there, and then talk about some other stuff I've got planned.
All right, thanks, guys.
It's been lovely talking to you, and it's lovely to have someone actually agree with me on something.
You too. Thank you, Chickpea.
Doesn't
Take care.
happen very often. Bye. Wow. I'm sorry, but Gramps. Gone. Gramp.
Oh, sorry, I was talking, Chippy. Thank you, Lindo. Thank you very much. Sorry, Chippy, I was talking. I had it muted by mistake. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry, I've been to some miserable old bag lately. It's just that some people really wind me up sometimes.
I hear that.
Yes. Never mind. It's always the same old issue, as you know. Yeah. Always the same problem. Because you know what, Grumps? If I was living in a world where the whole thing with animal farming didn't exist, I'd be perfectly happy for all the shit that goes on. And I would be. It just gets me down. As I was saying, Grumps, I know you don't like David Icke, but this book of his is quite a very good book, actually. I hate to say it, but it is. Yeah. So I wonder where Fatima and Pristine have been this evening.
They've been in the comments here and there.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I had a bit of a hissy fit, and I said to Pristine, I'm never coming back. I was a bit cross.
I know, babe. I know. It happens. That's life. I'm not going to hold it against you.
A miserable old bag. Yeah.
You get
But
it.
this evening, yeah, that naughty pussycat of mine, that naughty ginger boy, you should have seen this poor mouse on my bed. Poor little thing. Tiny little creature running for its life. But I managed to catch it. I put it back in its nest, because the nest, I know where Dave gets them from. Naughty little boy. Yeah. Naughty cats. I would put a bell on him, but apparently it's bad for their mental health, so I won't. But he likes hunting, that's for sure. In fact, they're all out hunting by the looks, but there's no one here. Cats. So have you enjoyed it? You must take your ALA because in this hot weather, you have to make sure your sweat glands are working properly. You know that, yes?
Yeah.
Because you're getting on a bit now.
Getting there. Over the hill and far away.
You know, it's 47 in India. Do you know that? 47 degrees C. I can't imagine what that must be like.
Neither can I.
Yeah. Must be absolutely awful.
Right. Anybody want to come on? The link is under the video. If not, we will end the show. I'll give them a little moment, Chickpea.
Yeah, okay, yes.
We'll go to X. If not, we'll go to X Spaces.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I know, but Fatima and that will be there for a while, so.
I wonder why they haven't
Here
come
we go.
here.
Finding Gnosis will continue on X.com. Check out the Finding Gnosis X space where you can listen to further finding of Gnosis after the show. See you there! Finding Gnosis, now on X Spaces at X.com. Right. Is there anybody there?
I am here, yeah. I am here.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it right. Oh, it's looking oh well, never mind. Oh God. Oh God.
What's happened?
I don't know. Oh, what's this? What's happening there? Oh, I got it now?
No problem.
Yes. Things keep changing all the time. I can't keep up.
Changes.
Yeah,
All right,
Ginger,
Chickpea,
when you're a little old man,
yeah.
when you're a little old man, you'll know what it's like to have lived in a world. At the moment, you're still too young to notice it, but so when you get older and you look back on life, and oh God, it used to be so much easier years ago, and it was so much easier. Now, concentrate.
Okay.
Changed.
Thank you. 1 second.
One moment, please. Quick announcement. Help support the show and keep it running by using the link pinned in the live chat. Thank you to those of you who have supported the show so far. I appreciate you. It really helps keep us going on our journey to finding Gnosis. Every little helps. Donate now if you can. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's the end of the show. I think that's it. So we will call it a wrap.
The shore of end soon. The show will end soon.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's time to end the show. Thank you to all of you who came on here and made it what it was, whatever it was. Thank you so much. Next time.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call. We search for meaning, we question all. The path is winding, the veil is thin. Beyond illusion, let the journey begin. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Voices whisper, thoughts collide. Truths are hidden deep inside. The world's a riddle, a shifting dream. Reality isn't what it seems. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. Make Gnosis bring you peace of mind. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. Make Gnosis bring you peace of mind.